Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome. It has been an F1 day, so post F1 things. Just things. Yes, things indeed. So, without any further ado, let's do a quick, proof of life check. Hi, proof of life. And we will continue with getting this lot all up and running with the further expansions and the stuffs. You can load it, you know you can. And there we go. Right, so if I didn't want to do that. I wanted to see that go full screen. There we go. Sorted. So, playing with the new mod. So, I'm now running Sim Dashboard. I'll rephrase that. Sim Dashboard is now available to anybody that's using the server. So, I knew the first thing that we needed to do on the map today, if I press that button. Oh, no, it's that map. Okay, that's fine. We can work with that. That's doing that map. Gotcha. Right. Don't steal the hat. Please don't steal the hat. What's that shit about? What the funk? Could be some funky shit going on here, but we'll find out in a moment. So let's just open the doors. Ta-da! Oh, that's still a full thing of sunflowers. Because this is job one of the day. We need to harvest our own sunflower crop. So, that is what we're going to do. Right. Right, it's making me giggle. Sim Dashboard is a giggle. Right. So, we could be here a while. So let me put my nose in. There we go. Okay, that's different.
What's different?
Just looking at the cosplay settings for Field 4 of ours. And with it, it's got like, it does like half lines because of rows. Because of things. Right, something tells me I need to go get to the other side before I actually do this. So we'll drive out on the makeshift stuff. On our makeshift road. Do this as a thing. You stupid car. Oh, you've just got yourself wedged underneath as well. You piece of absolute crap. It's actually got itself wedged.
I'm just thinking if you lower your doors, it might like shock you.
Damned asshole. So, press hold that. We're gonna go okay. Oh, yep. Do. That's not the tool unfolded, but have I got an unfold on that one? No, maybe not. Right, okay. Here. Right, cosplay. It's making me giggle. Oh, and look at all this straw that we're going to have. It will be a day of sunflowers. Okay, so coming up on side number 1. Hey, at least I've gone the right way this time. So at least the hose is on the outside. I use a template. It's actually quite good.
No, some of these require programming.
So, with regards to the Farm Sim one, yeah, you can just get this Farm Sim one by itself for £4. Or you just get Pro and then basically everything works. For all the games that it caters for. So yeah, we are definitely cutting this edge off because doing this corner like this is goddamn awful. So I know it's been a couple of weeks, but can we actually remember where we put our excess sunflower stuff last time?
pretty sure it's in the side of the line where the start falls.
Why are you being stupid? Come on. It forgot which field it was working on. Thank you. Let's get back on the right field there. Okay, so that is a grand total of what, 41, maybe 42% full, just by doing one orbit of the downfield. Right, let's have a look at that. Orbit 2. Oh, train's going smooth at the moment. That's pretty smooth going over the top of us. How bad's it going to get? Yeah, no. I was just about to say, how worse is it going to get as it gets away from us? Although, that's... Oh, there we go. There we go. Just got into a slideshow now. Yeah, I'm getting rid of our sunflowers, but ultimately we've got baling as a thing. And also, just for those on Twitch, because we still don't really know what happens with YouTube, yeah, advert incoming in about 5 minutes. Just so that you know. Okay, not gonna lie, it's kind of cool that I can actually use vehicle functions without them to reach over the wheel, because it's there on the pad.
I'm going to work out how to attach the
How to attach what?
I'm using one of the. I'm using it from Unity 1010. Hey! Hey! There we go. Okay, this is funky, I like it.
Did you like it? I like it.
Right. Where's train? Oh, convenient deal. Right.
You're gonna have to be a bit further out, I think.
We got there. There we go. At least that's emptied you out.
Yeah, totally. That will do for now.
This is I'm just waiting for the iPad to charge so I can move it somewhere more convenient.
What, are you running it on your phone at the moment?
No, I'm running it on the iPad, but putting it on the charger so it's not on my desk.
Gotcha.
Although I assume there is an Android version.
Yeah, it was Android first. Before it was iOS. But when it said now has iOS support, I went, oh, okay.
But I can assure you that if I was to run the Android version, my girlfriend would be even more mad at me than ever responding to.
Well, it's just a case of, as I've got literally a spare iPad, an out-of-date iPad, I may add, because it's the iPad Pro 9.7 inch.
Could you confirm you're working on that?
6 meters.
Thought
I
it
get-
was.
I can tell you that without even opening anything. I know it's not on the iPad for the thing either.
And you are on True Tech.
Yes.
In which case, my first step would alert.
either front or rear hitch. It's the top ones. So you got unfold, start it up, and then raise and lower.
This is cheesy, but I don't want
So you just copy my cosplay, so you can just basically cosplay follow.
it. Yeah.
Well, I say cosplay, but we're not running cosplay.
It's just that way I know I'll get most things right away. Might just have to do a little clean up. That way I can pay attention to the stream, see,
Yeah. And now on to this.
Why did you introduce me to this?
I didn't technically introduce you to it. You asked for it after I made it that basically for me to use it because I wanted it. Everyone's got to have the mod, whether they use it or they don't, because giants. I know I'm down to 100. I know I'm down to 181 liters of fuel now.
Something giants could do with getting their shit together on is creating some capacity for giant size bodies.
So if I press that camera button, oh hello camera.
If you start getting too low on fuel, I don't know if the fuel tank that came with the farmland has any in it.
I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it does not. But we've got the gas station right across the road. So, at least this game is relaxing, seeing that I'm totally bummed off that we've got a double Ferrari DSQ.
And not just the DSQ for the same reason. Two completely different and independent fuck-ups.
Yeah. The one for Charles being basically exactly the same thing that George got done for. Effectively in Belgium. Exasperated by the fact that end plate wouldn't have helped.
No, but they would have been allowed to change that anyway.
So Andy, that the dash app thing. So yeah, so basically it's the Sim Dashboard app as opposed to Dash app itself. Reason number one, it costs cash. It ain't a freebie. I'll take that as a viable. But then the fact that it also works for F124, right back to F114, Project Cars 1, 2 and 3, Forza Motorsport, among other things.
Forza Horizon as well, which that'll be game tested.
Kind of technically why I went with the Pro version of it, because it then means anything that's on the, you know, the community boards, you can just download it and add it and just run it, basically. Hey up, buddy. How's development? Please say you haven't got yourself into development hell. We don't want this. So, 163 litres. Eesh. I definitely think I'm going to be filling up the tank on this thing before I finish this field. No, that's fair. If at first not succeeding, try a different pitch. That's all that matters.
Wait, what's this about the demo?
Night Cows demo.
There was a demo?
Dark Bison Studios, yeah. Oh, so you still actually got it up on itch. Night Cow, just post the link, dude. You know me. Just go for it. It's all good. You know I'm down with that shit.
God damn it, I ran over like one sunflower.
Ah, gotcha. Hello, LBM. Good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, not too bad in the grand scheme of things.
But what about in the small scheme of things?
Absolutely shit.
I find it very interesting, just as I'm looking at this dashboard. There is a segment for death per hour. God, please don't have that. Like, if that becomes a feature of the game, I'm going to cry.
So I'm intrigued which version you've got. Because I've got like I've got the original Farm Sim one, done by the Farm Sim guys.
Yeah,
guy
that's
did
the,
the
one
original.
that's the one I'm using.
Is it?
Because right by the speedo, you've got fuel per hour and death per hour.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that is a mod. So you can put AdBlue into it. That is a legit mod because it was on 22. LBM, thank you for posting the link, dude. Appreciate it. And also check out darkbisonstudios.com. LBM, yes. Yes, please. Chuck it in. Thank you very much. It is appreciated. Auto Farm is doing quite well, thank you very much. Enough to keep us out of trouble.
Oh shit. I was hoping to get to you before you finish that run.
It's alright, don't worry about it, because I'll just come to a stop at the bottom of the run.
I know, but stopping is inefficient. Sad times.
Sad times. It's fine, it's fine.
I'm gonna want to be about there.
Remember the title, don't remember anything about it. However, did see your floaty goddess works.
I couldn't have got that more perfect if I tried.
You couldn't, that's like almost pretty much slap bang centre. Yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's it. That's all you're getting. I've still got 14% on board, but that'll do for now. I can carry on.
So, do we want to dash or sell? Peak sell price would be March.
Stash,
We could,
I'm thinking. I think that's what we decided on last time, that we were stashing.
I could sell for 1,300 today, or we can keep it for 14,
14, 15 March. Because March is the quiet time.
Yeah, I'm going to
Well, dude, keep us posted, yeah, because I'm working in Wales for the next 2 weeks. So, you know, things are a bit slim on the evening front. I haven't exactly got the best setup for getting things down there, but I should have something stable enough to be able to have a look at things, like put it that way.
Wait, no! Why did you... The game had a retard.
What did you do?
So it emptied the trailer into the silo,
Yeah.
and then sort of started it just to rebuild itself, as if it had lagged out. So I've just pumped a small amount of sunflowers on the ground next to the silo.
Have we actually got a bucket down here, or is that still just up at the original buildings?
The original one.
Right. Because that would be the other thing, just to bring the skid steer down with the bucket, and then just shuffle it around.
So there will be a clean up on aisle 6 when we finish this job.
Right, that's fine. Stop. On that, lower that. Hello?
Is it me or
Well, I know it's a lag thing, but I would love some traction, because I've got wheels moving, but I'm not going anywhere.
the ENG live?
Well, damn. As solid as ever. Well done, Giants. God damn game. Oh, sweet. It was actually about right in any case. It just kept on going. I agree with this.
Ian, you should turn on pipe control.
Pipe control. Which particular button?
You.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. So I can signal. Gondor calls for aid!
But you should also still be able to manually pipe. Like now.
Yeah. Which, all joking apart, I think I'm going to do. Because I'm going to fold it up. And I'm going to go spend some money.
Also, where the fuck is this map up?
It's been missing all day.
Well, it doesn't wake up till like 1 o'clock or something. But still, flag.
Right, close everything up. I'll be back in a moment.
As you will need to obviously pack back up for your return trip. What time are you thinking of streaming till today?
Yes.
Good answer. Oh, I forgot to reset the bell counter.
Right. Time to watch all our money go away.
I'm probably going to have to fill this tractor up before we finish this field, to be fair.
So that's 190 litres. I'm just wondering actually how big the tank on this thing is. Hi Nicola. Yes, it's me. Still me, still alive, still things.
I've just noticed the name of that petrol station and just thinking it's got the wrong colour scheme for that.
What, are you trying to say it's like, it should be orange or something? And
Well.
black. $340 litres. Right, I'm thinking this is maybe an 800 litre tank. Could be here for a bit. But this is truly a in the sticks filling station for filling this slow. But and Mads always accused me that this was a mod that was doing it. I don't actually think it is, because all I did was make it so it was realistic varying prices, not how fast it fills. Unless that's something else. Hey up Faye, how you doing? Oh, I started. I'm about 8% of the way through, but I started.
I've got a suspicion it could be Giants could have changed it, because one of my complaints with the way fuel used to fill before
It was too
was
fast.
it was way too quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could never control how much you were spending.
Yeah. Whereas this is like going like tick, maybe like litre a second, and your money's going at a similar rate. Me started an Apollo orbit station. So yeah, I've got about 8% of the way through. I've done one carrier load. I'll come back to it next week. Yes, very much from Culture. It's just like, but yes. And to be fair for the system, it's only 760 something light seconds from the jump-in point to the starter station that I'm building. So it could have been a lot worse, but the place is scope. So
See, now I want to go into Elite and build the space station.
it's just lots of trucking, dude. That's all it is. It's just lots
That's
of
the easy
trucking.
kind of Elite.
Yeah, it's just lots of trucking. But ultimately, ready for the second load, I've got a whatever was left capacity wise on the carrier by order for CMM materials, and I am literally hovering like a Death Star above a ground base that supplies said materials. So it's like, yep, just do all the carrying, fill it up, and we'll bring it back. Right, so that's 830 litres it's just passed. Is it going to be 1,000?
I reckon it's going to be about 1,300. Oh no, 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 no! Oh no! I may have run over some crops.
We got them for free. With all the farmland. We got it for free. It is what it is. Twitch is telling the streams ended. Tell you all streams have ended. Oh, that might be your end, mate. $950 litres this thing holds, and that cost us £1,000. That's not bad, that, actually. I'll kind of take that. Yeah, no worries, buddy. Drive safe, dude. Yeah, that's rocks. That's rocks. Rocks. Got rocks. Found rocks. Away from rocks. Right, we're good. So I'll press that one.
Yeah, I just turned the corner and continued bathing without like noticing.
That I hadn't done anything more. Classy.
Testing. Yay. Okay.
Hello. Hello. How are you?
I'm right. So I was listening in. I am watching the stream. You do have the realistic refueling, which takes the flow rate to 135 liters
Okay,
per minute.
that's fine then.
So that's what's slowing it down.
Well done, investigator.
Sova, that's fine. I'll take that. But at least we can, you know, if we weren't going to just top off the tank and neck it off, we can at least, you know, determine how much we're putting in. So it is my fault. That's fine. I will take the blame.
Was it your fault or was it Mad Dog's?
No, mine, because Mad Dog was complaining about how it took him apparently an in-game hour to refill the tank on something on Zalonka. So it's like I just got blamed for it.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, I said I'd noticed that it had what do you call it, the fluctuating prices.
Yeah, I
And
did see that.
Yeah, but I thought that was the only one that I put on. But you know, the fact that most of the mods on this server are from Giants in any case.
Yeah. I mean, at least they're giving you the option of actually having it, rather than forcing it down your neck.
No worries, Night Out. See you in half. So, where is that? Turn around. Okay. Popping it out. There we go.
I figured I need you to get a little bit ahead somewhere as well.
There you go. Does the turns. I'm not doing alternate ones, although I should do. I'm not doing alternate ones. Working a nice quiet cab. Double check that. Okay. No. Drastically bombed. Well, hello there.
Hi.
Hi.
How goes?
Just going through sunflowers, to be fair, and the fun and joys of Sim Dashboard. And I've had one client crash so far.
That's a good effort.
Yeah, I was just starting a row, and there's like wheels are spinning. I'm not moving. Then apparently I had left the server while I was still in it.
Ah, yes, that old chestnut.
That one.
Where it remembers your last input and doesn't correct the fact you're not there anymore.
And when I got back in, it was actually just free running, still harvesting, but it was about as close as damn it is to swearing for the actual course it's supposed to be on. So it's like, that'll do, I'll just keep running, just keep going, just keep going. We like bailing.
Cool.
So when we get to it, user, I am going to do the right angles, by the way.
Okay. I deliberately didn't do the short runs down the side of the small square because turning the baler around would just be a nightmare. So I'll probably let you finish a good chunk of that bit before I come and join you.
Yeah. Well, because I'll be doing like the outside corners, as it were. Yeah. You'll be able to sort of like follow that bit, or you should be able to anyway.
It's a bit too tight with the baler on the back.
No, from the outside. So you'll be able to do one run,
Oh, the
and then sort of like turn to the left. So if you're coming from the short bit, which is like to my left now, you just do like the short run, loop it round to the left, and then come down again. Sort of thing. And then when coming back up again, you go up it, loop it round to the right, and do the short bit. Because that's how I intend to do the right angles myself.
Have you started doing anything, Matter?
Cultivating contract.
Ah,
As we be broke bitches.
Only because it filled up the gas tank.
How
I
long
was
did
gonna
it take?
say his user been landscaping again.
nope.
No, just bought this field. Which took a very large chunk of our money. But it bought us the second farmhouse. And areas to actually develop on. Because we're going to be doing some logistics running. Because we're effectively going to put a bonded warehouse on the field next to here, which is in a central location, which we can then sort of like, you know, do delivery runs off of that for stuff we harvest. So happy days. And once we trim this field down, we think, do we want to keep this as sunflowers or put some, or are we going to put this as grass for our animal venture?
I think eventually grass, but for now, probably another crop.
I would potentially say chuck some barley on it for chicken feed. Because we'd get a lot of chicken feed out of this.
Yes.
And chickens are like the easiest low maintenance animal to get a start with.
Sheep? They just take grass.
Or we could put a load of wheat on here and open a bakery.
We would need a flour mill first as well. I know I turn up and I keep shooting down your ideas. Sorry.
Just dropped a bale on the road for a landmine for the next NPC.
What you gonna do now? Just sit there and beep your horn. Because we ain't moving it.
I hope it's directly in the middle.
It isn't near enough.
Good.
No, half past it.
I saw a video where someone blocked the traffic and then they chucked a bale on the back of one of the flatbeds that you see driving around, and it actually took the bale with it.
Have you seen the one where the steel wire and they end up blockading the entire fucking street?
No.
Yeah, so it's like barbed wire and it's just put on the back of a truck and it unspooled right along the entire road. The truck was oblivious.
Oh. Right. Okay. Now we're on the start of the right angles. So let me get round you.
Oh, yes, I see. Interesting that it's chosen that as the way to do it.
Yeah.
Not just chop it off.
So.
Okay, I'm taking on through some of the pricing data, right?
Dangerous.
In all seriousness, if we want to get a little bit of industry out of it and start making those higher level products, is it a good old fashioned canola run? That stuff sells for good money.
If we can get like 36k together, we can buy one of the small placeables just to get it ticking over.
That's what I was thinking. Because that would not be a big investment for us. We already have all the crop here. We just need a little more. Because if we sell that at its peak sort of pricing, from the last 12 months, it's at like 3,500. Well, 3,200 per 1,000 litre. Which is sort of peak pricing.
Cool.
I don't know what the yield rate is though.
Hiya, Muty. How you doing, dude? In myself, not too bad. With regards to today's race, meh.
I did watch the highlights.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not there yet, actually. It looks like we've got another two right-angled ones to do. they did have a good race. You know, all things considered, I thought, you know, things were going all right. For actual strategy-wise, I think Ferrari were on the money when Lewis was apparently having performance issues to actually go, let's just go with it and bring you in for a second stop. So, you know, I was there thinking, props, you've actually done something right for once. And then, you know, investigations happened. Meh. Yeah, I straight up, it's like today's been like one of the rarities when, you know, Ferrari strategy was actually on the money. And doing like the right sort of stuff. It's unheard of. Oh, I think I've just put out a Gondor calls for aid. Press that button. Yeah, there you go. Gondor does call for aid. Oh my god, what did you buy? You bought a C2.
Oh god.
User, get lined up for going down banks. Oops. That's good.
What's interesting is on my side the pipe isn't sticking out.
Isn't it?
No.
Interesting. So
No,
I'm
but
just
it might catch up on its own when I get in position.
Nope, it's not out on mine either.
Might want to just spam it then.
It's because we activated the pipe control. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to manually trigger this thing.
What I'm going to find interesting is if it goes out when he pushes the manual to go out. Because it would have been really screwed up if you manually told it to go in on your side, but then it came out on our side.
I'm gonna be full before you are.
3, 2, 1. No, I'm empty. There you go.
Oh. Impressive.
You know, we could do some for hot oil as well.
This is true, considering how much we have acquired.
I gotta remember to unload sometimes. Often on the floor.
Yes, Beauty. Yeah, we are on Simp 25. Farm Sim 25, lightly modded, as a Vanilla Plus pack, because essentially, as soon as Giants drop an extra vehicle as a mod, because it doesn't fit the base game, we'll add it to the server. So the majority of mods that are on this server as it is are actually all made by Giants, because it's just all the extra vehicles that they've released.
Ad break, Ryan.
And in a minute. Yes, indeed, Vanilla Plus. So when the ads hit in 45 seconds, if they haven't already, I'm going to go grab a drink. Yeah, brew.
As I've just been hit by an ad, I'm assuming that they have stuff,
Yeah.
because that counter does not work.
And why are you not subscribed?
Because I'm unemployed.
So, I will hit that burb, make the brew. Back in a second.
See, couldn't argue that one.
I'm more concerned about the fact Ian's fucking stopped where I'm not going to be able to start on that line that he's parked over.
He can hear you.
Yeah, well, not that this kettle takes as long.
It seemed like such a simple contract, and then they gave you like a 3 meter wide cultivator. If that. No. We don't do that here.
Well, hello there.
100.
Right. So, back again. Whoop. So, I know we're broadcast pitches at the moment. However, we still don't have a long, do we?
No.
That's good.
And the financials paid off.
Yeah. So, yeah, so the 28 grand that we have is actually ours.
Yep. We're money poor but asset rich.
Yeah.
We are leasing that header that you're using. That's about it.
That's fine. Because it was only leased today, as it were. Because we started the day and we did that contract field. Didn't we?
Yeah.
And that's where the last stream ended off. In Farm Sim.
I mean, to be fair, for 63 grand, it's not bad. We might want to consider putting more for contracting contracts. God damn it, I've just dropped a landline on my own bike.
Friendly fire.
Yeah.
Well, we're not in America.
Blue on blue! Blue on blue!
I don't care, I'm still shooting. Oops, my bad.
Oh, did my game just crash up? No, still going.
I feel like I should ask what happened.
Again, just like tapped out on its own or something for a moment.
Landmine!
Just for the record, you can get stuck on that.
Sort of, kind of found.
Yep.
But made it, making it work.
I think I can,
I can. I did. I achieved. Oh no, 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 no. We are not leaving that one single solitary sunflower.
No, it's not.
It's like, yoink.
So quick user, run over it, because crop damage.
I was tempted.
What sunflower?
I've run over enough sunflowers already in this.
So essentially, this is just savings money that we're making at the moment, because it's not immediate.
Mm.
Go on. No way, not there. I'll tell you one thing, all joking apart, now I've seen for how it's doing it, doing it as like right on L's and that lot for this last bit does actually make sense. Scaringly enough. There we go. Switched that bit out. Drive round the bale.
It's a mini roundabout.
Yeah, basically. That is not an excuse for you to put out 5 bales. We are not having the magic roundabout from Swindon. Okay? Okay? Okay.
But you know how you know he wants to because you've told him not to.
There's a requirement.
Seriously, putting out the pipe like that, and then just watching sort of like use it there with the tractor, then looking, and then all of a sudden it comes running along. It's like me putting out a treat for a little pup. It's like, here boy, here boy.
That's it.
There you go. one's finished. I'll just drive around here. Thread in the eye of the needle. So close. They're taking out our crops. To the point of
We're growing barley on there, apparently.
yeah, I think that was the start of that was going to be our chicken feed field. Oh. I'm going across again, by the looks of it. Finished. There we go. Dude!
I will be honest with you, I was not paying attention. Because I didn't realise...
We noticed.
the lines went screwy there. I was
However-
already-
The only game where you can just basically do anything else. Even set up heists in GTA. Just think, user, what you could do, you know, when we get onto another large field, you could start ASO and run some of your crafting dailies.
I've already done them, otherwise I might trade.
However, I'm getting kicked out of the server again because I'm spinning in place.
Yeah,
Oh, has it said I've been kicked off?
it's just gone.
There we go. The real question is how far off the field am I? Oh, hello, wheel input. There we go. Now I've got wheel input back in again. Okay, so that's everything unloaded into the trailer. I'm gonna just take in fact, I'm gonna go get rid of that number plate. I'll be back in a minute. And then I'll bring it back to the yard and we'll get it cleaned off before storing it away. Whoop, transit van. Hello. Up over the transit van, like that. Well done. As you do. Still missed the field.
Barely.
But missed it. And it's barley. Is that another weight that's just been abandoned in the middle of the yard? Yes, it is. Right, that'll do for now. Engine off. Let's get out. Well, you know, it's a case of, I know, I swear to God, in the game, it's like, when we win the lottery, we won't shout about it, but you'll be able to tell when we've won the lottery. It'll be called the paint condition. No, did not take. Customize. Okay, customize. Purchase for free. Yep, that will do. Did it? Yes, it did drop the header. Header reattached.
Nice back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So, now I've got rid of the annoying number plate. Bring this back down into the yard on what will be our new Boulevard of Broken Fields. Just here. Because I don't think there's any more sunflowers out there.
There's a
No.
soybean.
Right. But not the sunflowers.
Nope.
Right. Let's go get the pressure washer.
Once you've done that, would you like to grab the bale wagon while I rescue the skid steer loader?
Yeah.
rescue the skid steer loader.
I say rescue, collect. Because it is required at the new yard.
For there have been spillages.
Wonder if I can tip into the silo this time round.
Would be interesting to know.
To be fair, I think it was a reconnect that fixed it last time.
See now, there's a bit of inception. Cleaning the pressure washer with the pressure washer, it's pressure washing.
Brain, no.
But anyway, time to get it back into the little tuk-tuk. Right. Bale wagon, which... Right, so bale trailer's there, but there is a tractor for that, which we can use. We'll do its far warrior. So yes please.
Me and the GPS are not getting along today.
Are you two fighting again?
Yeah. Like, it'll have a row selected, and I'm actually aimed at that row, I engage it, and then it'll just go, oh, hey, look, this one looks like fun. And then just go off in a different direction. I think it's just because of how narrow the rows are that it's doing it. But it is starting to get on my nerves.
Come back here. There we go. Forward.
Backward,
Sideways.
over the RC.
Something like that. Right, so that's 6 in. Come on. That one van that's stuck behind, that's, stuck by the landmine.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there. You know what? That's the last bale I'm collecting.
You evil son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I love it.
You son of a bitch, I'm in. It's been 84 years, but finally the skid steer arrives at the accident scene.
So how did the accident happen?
Oh, just the
So-
game glitched out a bit.
Yeah, server lag, basically.
Alright.
Because it reported like I'd dumped the inventory, and then the minute I started driving away, it refilled the inventory.
Right, so that's the first 14 bales that we did off this field. I'll go store these. And just like that, they've gone.
It's a kind of magic.
So that's the first 4. Right, so we'll get this one from up here first.
I was thinking about farming sim the other day. Do you remember, I can't remember if it was 15 or 17, but you used to have to clean up your cows?
That's before my time.
Mm.
Just purely on
Well,
this of, I started playing this on 19.
Okay.
I started playing 19, and even then 19 was short-lived because it was when 19 was a freebie on Humble Bundle because 22 had just been released. And it was at that point that Tryon went and gifted myself and I think it was User and Liam. Is that it? Is it just the 3 of us? Or was it more?
Might have just been.
But gifted us all 22. And at which point
Oh.
it was like 22 and nothing else.
Fair enough.
What?
So, I can't remember if it was 15 or 17. I think it was 17 and 50. But basically, when you used to feed your cows, they used to spill. And you used to have to go along and clean it up. Because it would affect their condition. Or their health.
Yeah.
And so you used to have to drive through with a bucket and scoop it up. And then you could just put it straight back into the feeding trough.
Yeah.
But it was a thing that you used to have to do. You don't have to do it anymore. They removed the feature.
Because it wants to simplify it for people with controls.
Probably.
That is the cleanup done. We officially have in our silo a rather large quantity of sunflower oil. We have 52,000 litres.
So for canola oil, it's 20 to 10. I don't know why they didn't just put that as a 2 to 1, but okay. And it's the same for sunflower.
So if we sell the raw sunflowers, 72k.
And I know you didn't reset your bale counter, but that was 27 bales.
Is that including the mine?
Including the mine, yeah.
I'd have left it there and just counted it later.
So, if we convert our sunflowers to sunflower oil, it should then be worth about 98k. So it's a roughly 30% increase in value of the product for processing it.
Not that I'm judging, but I'm willing to bet there was a calculator involved there.
Why would you ever possibly think that?
Well, I'm going to assume that you're good at maths, but it was the little pauses.
It's always the pauses, come on.
So the question is, do we want to spend 36 grand on a little tiny oil, which would wipe out the increased profit, but would then allow us to potentially put some canola back on this field and process that in future?
So, you've taken that just based off the sunflower oil, right?
Yeah.
What about the canola oil? Because we do have canola in storage still, do we not?
Yes, I think. Not 100% sure, actually.
We did talk about selling it, but I don't know if we did.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking. I'm not 100% sure.
So
We still have 5,000 litres of canola in there.
So 2,500, so 2,750 litres of oil then. Yeah, roughly.
It's 1,000 litres per pallet, so that'd be 2 pallets regardless for now. Because one, if memory serves, is worth more than the other, and I want to say it's canola oil is worth more.
it's about the same, like, profit ratio. About 30% again. In terms of the actual peak sell value, sunflower oil is worth more. But that said, canola oil has the benefit of we can harvest it a fuck faster because we can use the peak head.
Yeah, and we don't have to lease a header for it and so on. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so we only leased that sunflower header purely on the basis of we had a couple of jobs, and then what we've acquired.
Also, if memory serves, sunflowers cannot be done by our seeder. It looks the planter, which would be another investment.
True. So, all joking apart, do we want to cut that end off for?
what if the majority of it is done as canola, and then the bit that you're referring to about cutting off, we do that as barley or wheat?
So how about, so
Food.
what if we just, because we don't have a plough, do we? No, we don't.
No.
So what about if we just lease a plough, just so we can put a straight line to make that into 2 fields?
Could I make an alternative suggestion? Instead of going that way that you were just on about, go 90 degrees.
Go that way.
across and cut it into 2 medium-sized fields.
I mean, it wouldn't require the plough regardless. It would be the landscaping.
Yeah, you just paint over it. You only need a plough if we want to change the shape a little. So we could sort of square up.
You know what? To be honest with you, wouldn't even really bother with that. Let's just put like a nice double width, sort of like going that way. So you say, yeah, 2 medium fields, and then we'll go with that way.
Now, another ponder moment.
Ponder.
What if we cut the square off of 4?
Yeah.
And add that to 3?
No. Because that's our road. It's out the north.
But we can move the road over to the other side, because then it would come in at the silo instead. And later on, 3 is going to be turned into an industrial estate, as well as that square that we were talking about.
Well, what I was thinking with this is, though, that silo that we've got now does not need to necessarily be a permanent silo, because we're going to have loads of space over where field 3 is. And we can put bigger, better silos in later. So I would say stick with the road plan as we had it. And then, yeah, we can bifurcate field 4 at that 90-degree angle.
Yeah, go that way with it.
Un momento, por favor.
Have you worked out how to rotate the brush yet? Before you start doing that? Right. Looking at contracts.
Harvest.
So, soybeans for 5.8.
Okay, no, you can't rotate the brush at all. I've confirmed this. Pretty bullshit.
From documentation, confirmed. Don't confirm.
Well, from Reddit. Which, if anyone was going to find out how you do it, it would be the internet nerds.
For that. But I don't think that matters if you're going in that direction, because I'm pretty sure that's the direction of the brush, is it not?
Alright. keep going that way.
We still have the harvesting contracts from the other day, last week, to be completed. So there is actually a further 21k in completed contracts to be had.
Sweet. Sorry if I'm kind of like running across the top of you at the moment. I'm just getting out of the complex. Okay, I'm going that way, turning down by the station, and right to the bottom. Oh, get screwed, car. Me first. Me with my trailer. Okay, now we're going down the wrong way on a one-way street. Yay, run over the person. I think I run over the person.
What's the average trip fuel say?
Oh, car. Give it a rest.
But time.
Yeah. Over the top of it, kind of. Oh, you're joking me.
Probably not.
Are you wedged?
I am wedged because of the what do you call it?
Back it up, back it
Back
in.
end. Yeah. Back end brackets. They're actually wedged on the wall. God, it's
So,
loud.
suggestion here is to drop the trailer.
Oh no.
Or just down for it.
We can make it.
For
Totally.
the builder. No, we can't.
More of a yes, I have. Although,
Traffic.
no, trailer now. But also traffic. Yes, trailer is what is wedged on a fire hydrant. going to do anything, or are we just going to sit there forever and just hang up on it?
Would you like a nudge?
No, I'll just reset the whole bloody lot of it. And then we'll have another go. You're right, Faye, this is not GTA, but this game has slightly worse pedestrian logic.
And the traffic equally drives into you.
Just get squared up myself.
So I'm a little light on the rear end, so this is kind of entertaining.
There we go. You're on. So basically, go signs, wall, granite, traffic lights, and fire hydrants that nothing will destroy. So it's like that road sign. I can go straight through it. Doesn't matter. Those telegraph poles, nothing will. They're removable. They are made out of adamantium. Because they work forever. The cables are made out of unobtainium.
I did nothing.
You know what? I'm going round. I'm going round.
Every time I brake, my rear wheels lift up off the floor, and I just keep going. I've solved my problem. I've got my... Oh.
Right, I've arrived.
I am facing the wrong way, so do you want to swing around? and I will leave it here.
Yeah, okay. We can do that. We can do this.
There should be enough room for you to get in there.
Right, so let's do the things. So we'll do excellent folder. You can wait, Sonny Jim. You've got no chance.
You try not fast.
Alright. No straw.
Yeah.
No, I didn't even see where this was going. I'm assuming it's the grain silo.
It's the harbour thing that you.
Yeah.
I am bringing the trailer down.
Oh, this is the one with stupid banking, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I can't actually harvest this with this header because it's too freaking wide. Because the camber's too great. Alright, so let's turn off the straw swath for this. So
What if you do the next 9 in and just ignore that bit that's along the bank there, and then turn the swath off and just go across it, and you've cleared room for you to get down the side? If that makes sense.
it's what I was about to do in any case.
Yeah. Boss.
Is the new development looking nicer?
cash, warehouse can go down.
What was warehouse? 300 grand. Or was it 30 grand?
It won't be 30 grand. Can anyone remember which section it's under?
I want to say sheds. Or storage. Because that's effectively what it is.
Tools. And it's 100.
150.
Which is actually more reasonable than that.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll learn you for being a pain in the ass. Right, I'll turn... Till next time. However, I'll turn the straw back on now.
Get your ice cream.
Ice cream!
You know what, right? It's funny because there was an ice cream shop just outside mine then as well.
Was it? See, we get like a couple of hours of sunshine, but they all turn up.
It's funny you should say that because it was sunny this morning, but over the last like hour, it absolutely pissed me. And still is, which is why it's funny the fact that I have an ice cream truck outside.
Well, you've got to have some sort of incognito, you know, delivery system for drugs.
That's truer than you realise.
I know. That's why I said it. Now, I'm not saying that all ice cream vans are drug dealers. Just potentially a healthy percentage.
I'll go around here. Damn, I missed it. Look at Tom. Who's your money on? Left or right?
Wait a minute, what are we betting on? What?
Oh, Tom.
Alright.
On the roof.
Oh, right. I'll get you now. Shit, never seen that before. Left. That's new. Didn't see that. That's...
Don't get me wrong, it's like watching the train from a distance. I think it's about 6 frames, it just repeats over itself.
Shit. Watch out for wherever this goes, will ya? Because I'm going to disconnect again.
Uh-oh. It's going alright at the minute. I just reenacted the bit from Zombieland. I don't know why yours crashes.
No, neither do I.
I have a question.
Go on.
Do we still particularly require the little shitty red trailer?
We were putting, what do you call it on Twitter? Pallets on Twitter.
Okay.
Also, we use it to transfer the skid steer over long distances.
I will be RV. I'm feeling a little funny. I might go for some drugs.
Have fun.
Ice cream van's outside. Welcome back, Night Cow. So, if you are just want to experiment with the new interface and basically make shells as opposed to functional ships, because functional blocks are not a thing yet, then, you know, and you want to just make the shells and all the rest of it, then yeah, it's worth getting hold of. But if you want to do the actual functional ship thing, like you'd usually do with SE and that lot, I would kind of say not bother for now. Because I've only just introduced workshop support for it, which allows you to share stuff. You can copy paste subbits, but yeah, if you're looking for working ships, it might be worth holding off at a rough guesstimate, maybe another 12 months or so, if truth be told.
Awkward moment, someone puts in a fence and doesn't mention it. Cough, user cough. So, with that bridge that's opposite the petrol station, there is now a fence next to it. But be careful when you come around that corner.
Okay. Noted.
But is it a hidden fence?
For all intents and purposes, yes.
That, if I remember right, that's actually a game dev
No.
build up. Because there are supposed to be hidden fences just sort of underneath the map, but just enough to interfere with the actual game.
No,
those-
this is one that he's put in.
Alright, well,
It's a wooden post fence.
because there are supposed to be bullshit things like that in there.
I have no doubt in my mind that everything will be bullshit.
Though, if I remember right, there is a way around it. I can't remember what it is right now.
Turn left, then right. That's the way around it.
I mean, there's a way to remove it or just to ignore it.
Right. Engine off on that one. Get out. Right. So it wasn't it? Was the grain silo? Yeah.
I imagine users chasing that ice cream van while on his one.
I might be making a phone call to Ralph on a large white porcelain telephone. Either that or his mate Huey. Nice calm waters in the docks. It's not bad.
No floating shit. It's not realistic.
There you go. That's 22 harvested and delivered. Alright, so we'll
I've pulled your header trailer onto the field.
cool. I will
You may-
load that up in a
Yeah.
second. Yeah, I'll load that up in a second because I'll take this. I'll take the Valtra and the trailer back up to New Yard. In fact, we need to give them proper names. So, like, you know, Old Yard kind of fits well with, you know, the original farmhouse and the actual farmhouse. So, what do we call the new site? And not new site.
Hit hole number 2, please.
Terminator 3, please.
I mean, it's going to be the industrial estate, so pick a name of an industrial estate.
Newlands.
Sure.
As that is actually an industrial estate and is actually a legitimate name for what it is, for it is the new lands that we own. So yeah, so I'll bring the Valtra and the trailer back to Newlands.
You're going all kinds of like the long way.
I know,
You're going for a quarter of the map.
basically. See all those fields? We're kind of looking around all of them.
Soon they'll be mown.
No, there'll be hours.
Sure.
So that was a totally unnecessary loop to come back into the town.
I crashed into that shitting thing.
Tractor on two wheels. You know it can only be Mad Dog.
Yes. Or Liam.
But as Liam is not on this map,
And changed my name. There is one thing I'm looking forward to with this header.
go on.
The way back is actually on the one-way system the right way.
So easy to get through town then.
Well,
A lot. So let's press that button there. Boop. No, press G. Boop. Is that snow?
maybe.
It's 23 degrees. Granted in October, but it's 23 degrees.
Might be rain? No, it's too... I only get the particles every now and again, not very often.
Yeah, that's same. That's what made me think. It's like, is that actually? Nah.
I mean, it says 23 degrees, and it's also sunny, so I'm going with no, but who knows?
I mean, it snows when it's sunny in the UK anyway, so.
It's not 23 degrees.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's the only bit that's a bit fucked.
So harvest is on 687. That's good.
I've pulled in another way to see where you park, so then I drop it behind you. So you can pick it up easier next time.
Well, to be honest with you, because of how we are now. Blah, blah, blah. In fact, you know what? You may as well just disconnect, and I'll just reconnect this on for now because this thing has got a parking space. It's the blue shed at the end.
Yeah. I mean, I'd probably only put it in there when it's out of season of anything,
Yeah.
which we've probably got another month of harvests next month.
Right. Engine off then. Get out. So let's go to contracts. Yeah, let's just hand it all in.
Have we started buying the sunflower header now, or is it just here for the sake of it?
It's kind of there just for the sake of it. Actually, that is not ours. That is still lease. It's just cleaned, ready for going back. So, as we've got no sunflowers left on the map, have we?
No,
No,
because
because
I think 12 is done. Yeah.
yeah, I did 13 at the end of the last stream. We've just done 4 now as today. So yeah, that sunflower header may as well go back and not cost us any more money.
Would you like me to do that?
Yes, if you would like to. Yeah, 41 can go and get Fubard for its ploughing.
Yep.
Although that is like 18.5 grand, even with rentals.
Yeah, but no.
I might take that cultivating though. I think I will. I'm going to borrow on the cultivating.
Well, is it finally pinged the next set of jobs, is it?
Right, let's get the engine on. There we go. Just thinking on it, for us and more of a decorative item, is there a custom signs mod, so you can type your own stuff on your own signs and place them?
Oh, I can go look.
Just thinking, so we could have Newlands Estate here and Old Yard Farm up at the other one, and we could potentially just name other things as we need them. Also think, no, we can't do other places with contract gear, can we? No, we can't. Such a shame. I was there thinking I could run the cultivator over what was for.
Well, if we're putting, say, barley in now, I think we've got a direct drill anyway, even though it's going to take a while.
And we're going to lose that light in 2 hours, to be fair. because it's almost 5 o'clock in game. And I'm pretty sure the lights will literally go out at 7.
There is a sign pack, but it's just standard farming signs.
That's a shame.
And then there's brand signs as well. Yep. Other placeable signs are just like ground stamps. They're not really what you're looking for.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's one that allowed you to just basically type text into it a bit like a number plate.
Yeah.
Using the number plate dialogue as such, and then you could just put the sign down.
No, I know what you mean. Like
Yeah.
what was available in the old one.
I can't remember if there was one of them on 22.
No, there were several in 22.
Was there? Right.
Which has never bothered actually downloading it. I don't know, give it maybe a month or two before somebody actually realizes and goes, ooh, time to port over. Unless user's not busy enough. That is if he is actually back or not, and has forgotten whether or not he is muted and deafened.
But he's doing drugs.
Which-
The subsidiary signs are bloody stupid.
Hmm?
There's another sign pack. It's a generator pack, which is basically
Oh, right,
just,
yeah.
It's
I-
just a stupid mod.
Yeah, it's just money generation. That's really. Subsidy. Yeah.
And that was one of the first ones, that government... Is it the government subsidy one?
Agricultural.
Yeah. Yeah, there's loads of them. Oh, settlers.
There's government and then there's agricultural.
Right. Because the government one was like one of the first mods that came up for 25.
Yeah. That one is actually a little bit more reasonable. So that one has two types. You've got municipal, which is basically a 48 or 480k a year. And then you've got the government subsidiary side of that one, which is like 4.8 mil or 48 mil a year. Which
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
just gives stupid money. And then you got the agricultural ones that go, it's got 3 in it, 100k a year, 1 million a year, or 100 million a year.
Well, I mean, the 100 million does have a pure fantasy.
Even still, why? It's
Label
like... If you want to ruin this game and make it as boring as possible, then basically cheat all the money in the world.
Yep.
Just my opinion. But, you know, if it's why I don't like, as such, the easy starts. Because it's like, you know, let's have a little bit of something to actually, you know, sort and do. That would be nice.
The only time I like the easy starts is when it's really small equipment. Because then it gives you, at least gives you something to work towards to get bigger equipment to do the things faster, to get more fields, etc. And then you go on to the next map. Because as is the farming sim way, there is always another map.
Yeah.
But like, I also like the start with nothing and work your way up through it.
As I say, that to me, that just, in just my opinion, that just seems like the only like proper way to play it, because you know the game says it's a simulator, so therefore that's how shit actually works. You start without pretty much and then just get on with it.
Was the greenhouse in the yard meant to have something producing it?
No, we just knew that we got it, but we hadn't put it down for anything.
Was there something you wanted it to?
Not really. Something that's going to be worthwhile doing, I suppose, would be like the only.
Do is add water, which I put water in it before, so we could start producing stuff if we wanted to.
Well, may as well, because if we just put stuff in to make it produce something, then it's just minor money generation for nothing, basically.
Yeah. So, chili peppers, garlic, lettuce, napa cabbage, spring
What?
onions, strawberries, and tomatoes.
What goes to the canning, or what's going to work well, as such? I'm thinking this through now. What's going to work well to work in tandem with the warehouse that we have, or going to have?
Well, it would just put everything in. All of those could be stored in there because they're all pallets.
Right.
And if you're thinking like for future productions, like
Yeah.
I believe the canning factory does tomatoes eventually, but I don't really know offhand.
You can make a lot of soup options though as well, so you can have carrot soup, you can have... isn't one of the soup covered off, you need something like carrot plus chili?
Something like that. Like there's several mixtures.
Also, welcome back.
It's a bit like the bakery, like that takes strawberries, but that's in conjunction with like 3 other options because it's the cakes.
Yeah.
Where do...
So I was just thinking, is it going to be something that we could use to complement what we know we're going to have? So, i.e., we know we're going to have our warehouse on Newlands. So, if we've got a free solid miner production point, what's going to complement what we could potentially have later? That's all I was thinking.
So most of the products from the greenhouse
Yeah.
go to the preserved food factory.
What's the one that looks like a green leafy thing?
Probably cabbage.
Or spinach?
I think it's the Napa cabbage. It looks like you can tin that directly, whereas everything else requires it seems an additional.
User, if you come over to me, you can go inside the greenhouse and you'll see what the logo is for it, and then you'll know if it's that.
Because I'm just looking at the production chain map now, and that's the only one I can see that seems... Oh, wait, actually. Yeah, it is Napa cabbage. So, the strawberries can go to the bakery for cakes later on. Everything else like mushroom, tomatoes, lettuce, seasonal ingredients, something. The only one that seems like it's a one-to-one, you take this and make the thing, is actually the cabbage.
So if it's then that case, then if it's looking like a yay, then chuck that in it, and we'll run that.
No, sorry, scratch that. It's actually all the other leftover bits. So the cabbage, the chilies, the onion, the garlic all go together to make cabbage soup. Or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's very rare to have one-to-one thing.
Yeah, it's only really the oil that's one for one.
Yeah.
And the cereal. So effectively for the greenhouse, it's a question of do we want to work towards food factory or do we want to work towards bakery? Or do we just want to throw some lettuce in and just set it up immediately?
I'd probably do the lettuce for the minute.
Yeah, for now.
Because like we can change it later on when we need to.
So if I activate lettuce, I change it to 7.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a 1 building. Nice.
That sad time. The brew's empty. Sniff.
Oh no.
Oh no. However, it says it starts in 5 minutes. That means it's been like 2 hours since I made that brew. So I'm thinking there could be a kettle on moment.
November's going to be a shit month.
So November's going to be back to Deadwood contracts.
Seems like it, unless we want to sell the little bit of canola we've got. December will be good because we can do a nice selling in December.
God damn it.
Did we want to get the miniature oil producer? The 36k one. As we has some money.
That is the question.
Do it. Let's we'll start our foray into oil production.
Oil mill. Found it.
So obviously put it on the Newlands industrial estate, but it's just going to be a case of make sure we've still got space to put our warehouse down.
We now have one oil mill.
And
Oh,
it's
you've
us.
already got the train on that.
Yeah. I'm just
And
trying
work.
to find where the silo was that we were.
Yeah, and we're poor again.
Yeah. Until you finish that, then it'll double our money pretty much.
Pretty much.
We'll start configuring the silo while you get to the load. Should I just tell this to immediately sell, or do we actually want to start storing?
What, the oil?
Yeah.
I'd store it.
Store, yeah.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
If we're going to store it, this is a sapped idea, possibly. Do we just take the bank loan and get the shed down?
I'm pretty sure the bale shed over there stores thingies as well.
Pallets?
Yes.
No.
But on a secret wish, this is more of a... You guy would like to actually have a nice completed product. So it's like, I can place that, know where it is, and then so I work around everything else.
I have set it to distribute to see if it starts getting the pallet shed.
I think it'll only do it if it's a full pallet.
Yeah, it probably will, but that'll be fine.
It only took 49% of a trailer. Whether that's because it's full or whether that's because...
It is full.
Okay.
It has an input capacity of 9,600 litre.
Have you enabled the canola as well?
I have not.
Because I
But
can
I
go and
can.
grab that.
That is now also activated.
Also, are we planting these fields because month the barley is now? And canola is past, so it won't. You might as well do all barley now.
Or we could do crop rotation. Should we not still be able to plant? Is it radish? Is that still a thing?
OSR is still a thing, yeah.
Yeah, because we could plant radish on one of them to boost yield for when we plant canola in April. Yeah, April. It's,
Canola, August,
yeah.
nearly a year for it. So that's why I was like, well, we could do barley now, harvest it in July, plant OSR in July to go into August, then cultivate it in and then canola it.
Or we could plant OSR now, plant oats in March, harvest the oats in August, July, and then plant the canola in August.
So for the oats, so we got a bakery to sell this shit to. We know it's going with the grain silo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we can't sell to the farmers market because they only accept palletized goods.
Yep. But we could also then work towards another 36 emplacement and put the flour version down and use that to produce flour. And I think there's one for a bakery as well. So 72k we could get both just ticking over a little bit to boost our money towards
And just
buying
make,
the full thing.
yeah, and then basically just make bread sort of thing.
Yeah, it'll be slow going because it runs at like a tenth of the speed, but it still just ticks over a little bit.
Yeah, it's something to get life going. While we do contracts, that can just be ploughing away.
Okay. I'm down with that. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally down with that. But I was wrong for what time the lights were going out.
Because it's October.
So as we are on short months, it's like once I've finished this, do we? Well, are we going to do anything with those fields? Let's make a decision now because we're in 20 to 6 in the evening, and it will be pitch black soon.
I is happy either way. I'll do what
Well, either way, we want to plant barley on one, right?
Yeah.
So then the other one is
Cool.
just what's our best method for crop rotation.
Right. So as barley is we need it now. So we're taking the shed side being the bottom and the road side being the top. Plant the top with barley. There you go. Decision made. Because we're going to need that in now, basically. So plant the top with barley, and then we can deal with the bottom tomorrow, as in November, because we're going to let the bottom be essentially a fallow field. Or we put OSR into mulching later, whatever.
If we're going to OSR it though, it's got to be done tonight.
And the barley's got to be done tonight in any case. Well, in that case then, let's get them both done. There you go, decision made. Barley top, OSR bottom.
Where does our land fall? Oh, it ends there. Okay.
next question.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Half of 3.
What, the top half? Well,
Yeah.
what is 3?
Yeah, what's left of 3 at the minute.
Yeah. What's in there
What
at
are
the
we gonna
moment? Barley, is it, at the
Nothing.
moment?
Nothing.
Thought 3 had something in it.
No, it was sorghum, but we harvested it.
I thought you'd replanted it.
Yeah. There's green shoots on it. There's something replanted in that.
Is there?
Yeah.
I'm walking over right
Oh,
now.
there's barley in it.
Yeah. So that barley was going to be for the chicken coops. Essentially, that was the idea last time for that. That if we get to put down a chicken shed, a custom chicken shed, where the rice field was at Old Yard Farm, yeah. Sorry, just at Old Farm. There you go. Official namings. So yeah, Old Farms gets a chicken coop on the old rice paddy, the top one, and then we use that barley for feed.
Okay.
Unless you've got brighter ideas, which I'm always open for.
No, not really.
Because also, have we got any shrooms to sell off?
There's 5 pallets, I believe.
I will go and do shroom duty.
Need the skid steer back up there to do it. Yeah, that's why I've not done it. I've
Oh
just
look,
gone
there's
and...
a kind man driving past with the skid steer that I can flag down for help.
Oh, I know what's getting removed later. The two fields that were formerly known as 4
Yes.
and 4.5 now, both need lime. Did we have a lime spreader?
Oh, is it not? No, that was got fertiliser in it. I was going to say
Yeah,
the only
that's-
spreader that
that's
we know
both.
is just that tiny little thing that's up at Old Farm.
Yeah, which I've just pulled down here to come and spread on these for fertilizer. No, we do not.
So we won't get an optimal yield, but at least if we get them planted and get, life on the go.
Was it the top or the bottom 4?
Top barley, bottom OSR.
Where do I sell the magic mushrooms?
Farmers market.
Yeah. Just shove the pallets in the back of the van and just drive down there and let them have it. Because that's what I can imagine, or that's what I'm hoping the warehouse is going to make this map a lot happier with, because it's palletized goods in the warehouse. When it drops it all out, so you can then load up a truck, you can then just drive a truck down, and then just, open the curtain sides, unstrap it, just sell, sell, sell. See you later.
That is the magic mushrooms gone.
That's a nice healthy price. But that is I was going to say that's a couple of months worth of grow though, isn't it?
It was 5 pallets.
Yeah, you usually get a couple.
It does about 1 a month, I think, thereabouts.
Well, it's nice, it pays the fuel bills. Well,
Yeah.
whose wages have we paid?
I know. I was going to say. I know. I accidentally hit an AI worker earlier, getting this field started off.
That might be it, and it's just ticked at the end of the hour.
Yep.
So we do have some big bags of line. The
Yeah,
old pole.
I don't know where it came from.
Has it not come from the stones that were chucked in?
No, they've been there longer than that.
Or did we
They may
just
have
buy
come with
them
the
for
farm.
jobs? Or that could be a thing, or it might have been we bought them for jobs, and it's what's been left
Yeah.
over.
I'm just gonna have to exit the game a bit because I need to change it back to the second. There's something doing on LinkedIn.
Right, let's give them that one. There we go.
I'm assuming a sync is about to happen.
I'm just continuing to.
That field had quite a bit of leeway on it, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. Considering how little leeway it had on the actual harvesting of it for the sunflowers.
incoming.
Bidoop.
Okay, so far we have made 7 sunflower oil.
Wonderful.
And so we've arrived on Newlands Estate. Okay. Well, hello there.
Bonjour.
So, one tuk-tuk, I believe, which I hope is just still in the shed there. He says looking. Yeah. There we go. Take the lots. Clean the thing. Also clean the thing. There we go. Right. In that case then. Welcome home, Wormy. We can hand that contract in for 13. All of the money back off it. 13. 14k. I'll do. That's not going to be quick. Harvesting sugar beet.
Oof.
No.
So that's a no.
How about ploughing field 41?
I had already looked at that, but no.
How about wood transport?
Fertilising contract there for field 37.
You know what? I'm borrowing that because guess what? That's my favourite little spreader and everything.
Yeah, the proper tut one.
Yeah.
That'll probably be enough fertilizer to do that and another contract. But I'd finish that one first. There is a partial bag at the store, just so you're warned. That is ours.
Right. Yeah, so effectively everything to my left is contracts. So we will press start engine. Put on the lights. Chuck away on the front. Spreader on the back. So, Deadwood contracts at 80 failed.
I literally pressed accept, and in the time it took me to teleport over, that's what it said.
It might have been the time left, might have just ran out.
Oh yeah, mate.
Because of those stupid ass timers that they've put on contracts. I get them on like harvesting contracts. And maybe fertilizing and cultivating, but like Deadwood ones are just stupid.
And
Yeah.
again.
It's just done another one. So that's not the question.
Yeah, just assume that they're broken. More broken.
I'll take the risk while we're still, twilight.
Twiggle it. Yeah.
What wings?
What is the top working speed of this? 10 miles an hour. Okay, I'm definitely not doing that. It is also fairly damaged, so.
As you're doing that backlog, do you feel the road isn't healthy enough with that you can harvest plant without? You can turn around without needing to run over the other field too much.
Yeah.
Feedback, yeah.
I mean, generally I just reverse back, so like I'm sort of reversing over what I've already done, so it's not too much of an issue regardless. But yeah, it's wide enough to not need to worry about it. Before we do the lower section of 4, I highly recommend we repair this.
Let's do it.
I feel that felt right there.
Now the question is though, do you take it to the shops to repair it, or do you take our little? No, we didn't get the repair trailer, did we?
Oh my God,
What we're talking about?
So yes, to the shop. I will be taking
To the
it.
shop. Yes, to the shop.
I'll do it in a
'Cause-
second. I'm probably going to buy a seed while I'm there so that I can just pop this off it. Because this is meant to be going 10 miles an hour, it is doing 6, which on a smallish field is fine.
Would we rather potentially lease a roller or buy one?
I would buy one later. I wouldn't worry about it too much right now.
I was just thinking, there's a nice one that's 12.5 meters, and it's 46 grand to buy. Actually, could finance it.
Good.
If I press X, will it immediately finance it, or will it show me the terms?
It'll show you the
believe-
terms.
Because you get an option, I believe, of 6 and 12 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 months at 2% for 7 grand a month, a year at 5% for 4 grand a month, or 2 years at 10% for 2 grand a month.
But how much is it?
46 to buy.
I would leave it a year.
I would say yeah, leave it, because I would save it. We can earn that. See, I'm thinking this was my thought anyways, that the finance option kind of more comes into its own when it's big machinery. So something that's going to cost us 400 grand, for example.
Like a tractor.
Like a big ass tractor or harvester or something like that, you know. If
Or
we're going to
potentially,
spend,
once we've got the warehouse, semi.
or 2.
But by then we're going to end up with a loan because we're going to need a loan to buy productions.
So yeah, that as I said, finance as an idea for what we were doing it for was for single big ticket purchase, which I know the thing for the rice wasn't, but it was at the time compared to the size of what we were at that point. But that was my whole idea of putting that mod on. Why we would put that mod on is like, if we've got a big ticket, you know, like a, say for example, is the Krone mower still on this? There was
The Big
350
M?
grand. Yeah, Big M.
I think it is.
Yeah, and if that's still like 350, 400 grand, yeah, but we're
Or
going to do
68.
mowing. How much is it?
468.
Yeah, so that would be what we use finance for. Yeah, because we'd just put it... We'd put the finance against the one big ticket item. The doing of the warehouse and productions to go with it and that lot is we used what's already in the game, i.e. we get a loan to buy the warehouse, for example, or we lease the productions
We can do that.
because we've got production leasing, you know. So we'll lease some productions to start off with. That was my idea behind it. Right. I've only got 851 litres of fertiliser left out of that 2,000 litres that I had. So I might just hand this lot in, actually. Uh, 7%. Oh god damn it, 15%. You would be, wouldn't you? You little bastard. Right. It's too dirty to send back.
At some point we should invest in a mulcher, as they are not massively expensive.
I don't think they give a massively high boost to yield.
That's why they're not very expensive.
Engine off. Where's my little tuk-tuk?
There is a random block of green slash dirt in the road, by the way.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but I was trying not to spend all of the money. Like, I was keeping an eye on the balance and was like, okay, let's just block out most of it.
Right, so we'll do that. Active, we'll collect on that. Good-o.
You know how potentially we could have put OSR on field for crop rotation?
On bottom, yeah.
Yeah. If we do want to skip it because it's getting so dark, we could chuck grass on. The only problem with that being we'll have to rent mowing equipment for the grass.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good. That's not going to be a good option for that one. Right, I'm going to get a brew. So I should be back momentarily. Hopefully with a brew. Back in a second.
have.
Uh-oh.
I took a Deadwood contract with a stupidly long deadline,
Good.
and it works. Yeah.
But did it have trees? Did it have 0 trees?
It looked okay, so we should be alright.
I feel like this tractor is just a massive disappointment.
Which tractor?
The Valkyrie.
Well, it is. Because at the end of the day, it's not very powerful. It's not, you know, it's not their premium series of tractor. It's like tractor you got from Wish.com.
Yeah.
I like welding.
2 more passes and then swap tractor. Right, OSR on the lower floor.
Yeah. I'm struggling to find my last deadwood.
Would you like another set of eyes?
It's okay. I'll recruit Ian when he can. I think I only have one left.
I think it tells you.
Yeah. Yeah, only one.
It's over there. Of course, the shop is now currently closed because it's night time.
Yes.
Not like there's online catalogs or anything for this kind of shit.
Tell me you don't like that change without telling me you don't like that change.
I don't mind the change, but I feel it's a little bit too far. Because, and when I say a little bit too far, what I mean is the fact that I like the fact that we can't buy things from the shop at night time when they would be closed, because that is true to life. Like seed
Like you
and
can't
shit.
even browse.
Yeah, it's the fact that you can't browse to go, okay, I want to buy this. How much does this cost? Sort of thing. That's my objection to it. Because, like, I was kind of curious. Like, we have, I think, a 4 or 5 meter wide drill. I was wondering if there was a bigger one that does the same things. It's also direct drill. And how much horsepower it requires. And then also if we match that requirement, and then when we could afford it. Instead, I just can't look. It's like the I want to say it's realistic refueling mod. I don't mind it, but I feel like it's too slow. Because when, like, on the other save, I have the 1000 Vario Fent, like the biggest one you can get, and that literally takes like 20 minutes to fill up when it's empty. To a point where the other day I've had to fill up twice in the last sort of couple of weeks, and both times I have started it filling and then gone and done contracts waiting for it to finish. And completed them. those floodlights that you've put along Field 4,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're overly helpful.
No, they don't seem to be, do they? I thought I would try and help with them, but yeah.
They just don't have enough distance on them.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Ian, do you want to help me come help me search for a tree in the dark?
In the dark. Yes. Give me a moment. I'm just putting Tuk Tuk away. Yeah. Matching off. Right. 50. Visited. There you go. Right.
There is exactly one sneaky bastard attempting to avoid capture.
Hi, Squirrel. How you doing, dude? No, that's still alive. That's a Scotch pine. No, not there. That one. Right, let's start going up here a bit. That's not you. Come on, you sneaky little funk. Where are you? Right, so I'm pretty sure it is not an outside perimeter job. That point when you can't see the wood for the trees. Diddle-dum. Oh, shut up. There's no need for that. Also look and see if there's anything high above the tree canopy.
It'll probably be like a red X or something on the tree.
There will
Like
be,
actually
and
on the tree.
yeah, no, and there will also be downward pointing branches on it as well, which is actually makes it stand out even more because you don't always see the red X. But
We
they
have done
can
a few of
also,
these.
but they can also be inside other trees. Because I've had that before today. But yeah, when you see these that have already been taken down, all the branches are downward pointing. Which, for me, that's the usual giveaway. You know, you spot the downward pointing branches like, aha, hello. You're the one that's not the same as the others.
No way, no way. Phenomenal.
Do, 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 do.
So I am not seeing the other tree.
I was watching a video the other day of the wee Chinese lady rolling down the escalator while that song was actually playing. I could not stop laughing. So it was so perfectly timed. Fucking brilliant. Surprised you just haven't added that to the soundboard.
No space on the soundboard.
For one to be added, one needs to be taken away.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
No, that's outside the area.
There might be a sneaky bastard hiding outside the circle.
That's what I'm like, literally on the circle looking outwards. Because that's a favourite trick of Giants.
That's gonna be too far.
So what did you do in your October night time? I went hunting
Got
through
it.
the woods for treat. Got it. Yay!
Right on the fucking edge, just out of the circle. Right near where the visitation spawn is as well, that's the worst part. No? What?
Does it have an X on it?
Bullshit. It's marked. Unless this is one I cut earlier and it hadn't fallen properly.
Oh, nothing's changed.
I don't believe it. I was so certain I got the The only thing I can think of is that is one that I dropped earlier that didn't fully drop.
But it would have counted as soon as you took it off the stump, as it were.
Yeah. So we need a helicopter so we can stop them from the...
I think there is a mod for that. If I remember right.
There's always a mod for that.
No, I mean there actually is a mod for that.
Actually, right.
Going well then.
No, not really. In fact, he's going fucking awfully. So much so. Brute.
Right. There is a spot where the tree cover is too dense to potentially spot it from above. The other way you're kind of looking right now,
Yeah.
around there, sort of like next to the road, the tree cover is too dense. So like, if it was visible from above, I wouldn't see through that part. I am using the paint cam to have a look.
Hacks.
Basically, we sent out a drone. Ian, I've got it. You're right near it. Keep that like that. That's it. Yep.
See it.
Oh, fuck you now. That was awful.
I started debating to myself whether I'd finish this field before you found that tree.
Huh! Almost lands on my head.
Well, I'll be taking another one of them at this time of night.
However, to be fair, from up here, that's pretty damn nice.
There is some nice views in the mountains, to be fair, on this map.
Yeah.
I see you checking on me.
I saw you. No, I'm just looking. I was just there going, "Ooh, what's the pretty lines?"
I'm not gonna lie, I got bored going up and down one after the other, so I just started skipping one.
Fair.
Fields are so damn expensive on this map.
They actually are. That's basically $500,000 for 8 and 9.
Yeah. I think if I was going to drop basically $500,000 on a set of fields, I'd probably just go straight for number 2.
Yeah. Oh well. Back at the farm with the start of the industrial estate.
How many bales have we got in the storage thing now? Must be quite a few.
Yeah, there will be a few. I'm just going across. We've got 114 bales.
Cool.
Because we've got 110 of one type, and then 4 of other squares.
They might be the same size, but they're just different literage.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got 110 at 9,000 litres, and then the rest of them are various literages. But all straw. When we are at about 50% capacity as well. 114 to 250.
They'll be going in December.
Yeah.
We still are up to 7 sunflower.
Oh, hey, Wally. Wally. Thought he'd have got inside where it was warm.
I'm surprised it's not in the same shed as the tuk-tuk, because they can both fit in.
Or he could have gone in the shed opposite the tuk-tuk with something else. Fact is, that's just kind of trailer storage at the moment. I might actually just bring that storage that forward a bit. Disconnect. And I'll go put the harvester away.
Where's that pattern from?
God damn it. Oh, there you go. Harvester away. As I can't see that getting used anytime soon.
I think there's still potential in November.
Oh well.
November's harvest duties may include such wonderful things as parsnips, beet, sugar beet, spinach, sunflower. That's about it. Which to look at crop types.
Yeah, there isn't any sunflower on the map.
Yeah.
Donk.
Nice.
Mad Dog has spread his seed.
Did you know this shed had lights in it?
Most of them do.
Right then. Are we at the point of sleeping for
We seem to be.
this day?
Yeah.
Right, in that case then. Just 8 o'clock in the morning, see it's November.
Yeah.
And so we sleep on.
Because that's just the way it is. Ah, fog.
Fucking
Wow.
fuck.
Exceptionally foggy.
I think it's literally just around you two.
Is that in the field?
Ooh, wrapping for 7 grand. Still just a sugar beet. Ugh. Right, okay. I'll start off with a bit of wrapping then.
Yep. If you don't use it as a cannon, you're letting the side down. Oh, it's a round bear. That's no fun.
On 50.
We are at 135 sunflower.
Wow.
I feel like there should be more than that in there.
Decent cultivating, but wait, what? Oh, yeah.
What?
Sorry, I'm confused by something. Never mind. Cultivating contract field 16. That's not bad. Harvesting budded sugar beets.
Forget that shit.
Couple of wood transports.
I do like the rays through the trees.
I like it when the road is mostly unaffected by fog. I don't like it when you then can't see shit because you find a fog bank. It's like, road? What road? I saw no road.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Or Athens. Or, or just anywhere in Greece. Right, so somewhere on the right there are fields. Honest.
Are you sure?
Honest governor, there are fields on the right.
That's honestly not the worst I've seen it around that road.
It's not the worst, but even still.
No,
If there was-
The best is try driving in first person, and then an NPC comes towards you.
Okay.
Like, what? How does that song go? I am blinded by the lights.
Good luck finding those bales in the fog.
I know, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Blancmange. No, marshmallow. There we go.
What's the degree? I love the fact that the only way I saw you then was your name tag. Yeah. And then straight ahead of this
There's
is
three. Yeah. Four more. One in the corner.
Stood on another, and I think I see another two. Three. The age-old trick of when you look directly at it, you can only just make it out, but when you put it to the edge of the screen,
It's there.
I might see another four actually. No, that's not weird. Because the way that they've done the lighting on this, when I jump, I'm in the shadow of the lines, the power lines. And
Yeah.
so there's just like a line that goes across your screen. If you get it, look at the right angle at the right time, it's just like a nearly black line.
I'm looking right now, I'm cultivating along the side of the highway. And I'm getting some really interesting shadow effects from the fog. I love it.
That's the edge of the field. So, okay. So, from where I'm at the moment, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unwrapped. That's what I can make out. 6.
Yeah, that's correct. I believe those are your last 6. Oh dear God.
Yeah, RIP 22 multi-stage missions.
Yep.
Giants, bring them back.
Yeah, by far more fun.
Wait, aren't there any multi-stage missions? I just thought I hadn't seen any.
No, they're just harvest ones as the only ones that really have multi-stage.
Damn.
And only because we've added mods to make them multi-stage.
No, harvest has always been deliver, even without mods on this.
Oh, but we've made
Yeah.
it more multi-stage because we've got added straw swath.
Yeah.
So yeah, the whole, you know, the joy of Field 71 user, that does not exist anymore.
Wow.
It almost makes you want to read Still 22. Because it was like, it was always, you've got to admit, it was always a case of, yay, 71's popped. We've got this to do.
To be fair, the way that this mod for the contracts works, you can actually enable it so that you can take these bales. But that feels cheating.
Yeah. Right, if I just jump out now, 4% and 4%. Okay. We'll hand that one in then. Okay, so how's that a thing? Because that... Oh no, we still lost money. Well, shit. Obviously, it's got to be perfectly clean. Because that said 7702 as a payout. We got 7182. That sucks.
I blame you, Zar.
I blame you.
You can blame me all you want. I haven't taken a contract.
When it comes to Deadwood, yeah, only the
Yeah.
ones with 30 hours plus on them you can take. Because
Just-
1125's got 5, and the 1800 has got 8, and the rest of them have got 0. Oh, so that's a 5 being taken.
Yep.
Okay.
If they ever make it so that it's different style of trees, we're going to be really screwed.
Yes. So. Oh, so yours is up at 67.
Yep, you're welcome to join in if you wish.
You know what? I might actually do that. So. Visiting 67. So, 3 more to go.
2, I've just got one in front of me.
Okay, one more left after this one.
Roger.
Let me just knock the damn thing over if I can.
I just found the edge of the house.
Found it.
Cool.
Right.
Next question mark?
Yeah, I'm just like going back to the farmhouse for a second. There we go.
Hey, 41's up for ploughing for 19k. Boing.
That's not the best plough in the world, though.
Is there a good plough?
Well, no, there's never actually a good plough. But to be fair, it's like, you know.
It's kind of like the toss up between it's like 19k, but
Mowing. 12,
That's fun.
23. Do you want to do that?
no, I'll do Deadwood if it's at the minute if you want to go and do it. If it gets left, I'll do it.
Nah. It's not going to be around there long enough for that.
That's what I thought.
Enter vehicle. Right. Right, let's engine on. So that's the front attached. Rear attached. Just round the corner to 38. Yep, yep. Okay, so yeah, come on, back you go, back you best. That's back. Right. I think I've done fine with it. I think. There we go. we can do the turn. That's kind of it. There we go. Let's get lined up properly, like so. There you go. That's more like it. Go on, little van. Yeah, you go that way. Out my way. I'll go round the telegraph post if I can. Yeah, there we go. Made it.
Never will.
Time. You can do it. Make it. There you go. I believe in you, Tractor. You can do it. Because even though I'm not, I feel like I'm making a hash of this.
Is it possible to make a hash of it when it's just cutting grass?
Not really, but even still, it feels like it. Do. I bet the locals must get pissed. You know.
Only when we drive over their car with the combine.
Yeah, you know, it's a case of here they are in some part of rural Japan or wherever, having a humble lifestyle and all that crap, and then a bunch of white guys turn up and just go, well, you know what? We're just gonna sort of like run over your car with a combine harvester because you deemed to get in my way.
Fucking
I was
Gaiji.
impressed.
To be honest, the main thing that I've been doing is just doing Dukes of Hazzard right over the fucking road and doing barrel rolls.
That genuinely does not surprise any of us.
I think to see a sound disappear.
Roger.
Okay. In fact, what would have shocked us more, Liam, if you actually said, I'm playing the game normally? We would have then interrogated you and go,
Single player's too crap for that.
Single player is more reliable than multiplayer.
Yeah, but it's boring. Single player. So.
only boring if you give yourself all the money so you can just buy anything you want. That's when it's boring. We've already stated this.
I found my dream.
So how bad did the financials actually look for last month?
I haven't looked, I don't dare. I think they'd be alright.
As long as user stays away from his decorating frenzy, you should be okay.
It's funny you should say that because before he joined us, we had money, and then he joined, and then all of a sudden we were in the tens of thousands instead of the hundreds. I'm not saying that there was a correlation or anything, but
But there
it's-
was a correlation.
a teeny bit suspicious.
Time to come down to Newlands so we can wash this off. See, it looks like now there's any percentage.
Yeah. I'm assuming there's a setting in the thingy to change if we wanted to, but
Don't spawn a car in just in front of me. That's a bad idea. Game. yard. Thanking you very much. Engine off. Engage the tuk-tuk. Right, no attention belt, take marks, there we go. So now done that. 38, 12, 293. $11,513. Oh, maybe that's just the rental charge that's been taken out of it. Right, what else can we get on with?
You're welcome to come and help me find this last freaking tree. Oh, never mind, I just found it. It was just poking out over the top of all these trees. Hell yeah. There's another cultivating for 22.
May as well. It'd be rude not to. Right, so. Come on, give it a nudge. There we go. And we are in Rapid Boy as well. Beep. Meep, meep. Right, come on.
Is that the door? Door, let's do another one.
Okay, so that was a bit of a too wide of an angle for what we're doing. Here's me looking at chat and driving at the same time. Not a good idea. There you go, there's your takeaway for tonight, kids. Don't text and drive. It's not a good idea. Through all of the fog. Oh, we were seeing nothing then, but it's fine. We're just driving with hope and copium. Okay. Looks like a good place to start. Okay, 3 headlands. And then a load of dubras. Okay, we can do that. Do that. That's the front edge. So rear edge wants to go down. That's fine.
So, how goes the farm?
I'm
Muddy.
cultivating on 22. Decided to go for extra challenge and, you know, first person it. The fog isn't really clearing. I don't know if anything else nice has turned up yet.
Nothing has turned up. It's just deadwood or wood transport, that shitty ploughing. All the shitty harvesting.
But we are back up to 74.5 grand.
And how many of them have been deadwood contracts?
Well. And also, still really pleased with Sim Dashboard.
I love it when the trees just all spawn in a line.
Yeah, that is kind of cool, to be fair.
Not done.
Sneeze. Excuse me. Right, so that's through that. Yay.
Oh my god, that tree felt so laggy. Like, that was literally falling like the train at a distance,
Wow.
if not worse.
Right. Know what? And this is how bad I have been in reading chat. However, to answer your question, Wormy, Olive, 9 minutes late. Yes, I did see the post-race news. Which is shit, but it is what it is.
I like how it was sort of explained as, for at least in Leclerc's instance, like it was something about excess tyre wear because of he ran long with one
Yeah,
stop.
basically he did what George did in Belgium.
Yeah, but this is something that could go either way. But what about if they just took the tyres off of every car when they weigh them, or put one set on a car and then take it off and then put. Sorry, let me rephrase that. You have your racing tyres, and then when you put it on to be weighed, you take those tyres off and then put, say, a fresh set on that the FIA have weighed previously, so they already know what it is anyway, and then take that off and then put the race ones back on again.
Because the weight of the tyre is taken into account of the overall weight of the car.
Yeah, but what I mean is the fact that, like, if you put a set on every car,
I know what you're trying to. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, but the weight of the tyre also is taken into account on the performance of the vehicle. So therefore, how well they manage their tyres, yeah, for the amount of wear through the race, also is a dictate on the weight of the vehicle and therefore how fast it can go.
To be fair, that wouldn't even, like, because unless I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure Pirelli scraped the tyres before the FIA weigh them anyway. Because the idea is they remove the excess marbles so that what you're weighing is still a round surface tyre.
No, that's why they pick the marbles up. That's the whole reason for marble pickup on the cool down lap. So it actually adds weight to the vehicle with the marbles.
So, but that would mean that the cars that are in first would be able to potentially pick up more marbles than the person in 20th.
Potentially, but there's that many marbles on the track. It doesn't actually matter in that respect. Everyone's got a fair chance of getting whatever, because there's just that much of it.
Yeah, but being first through is always going to inherently give you an advantage to get more. Which is why I say, like, if you remove that variable by just having an FIA weighed set that gets put on and off of the car, then people can't say, oh, well, it was because of excess wear on the tyres because I went long. Like it removes that argument and that variable.
Yeah.
It's not technically an argument though, so it's not worth doing because it's
Yeah.
a simple wait, not there. Goodbye.
Oh yeah. But
It's a bit like when Vettel had that fuel issue the other year. We don't care why. You failed the test. You gone. End of
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, it's very much a slam dunk thing. It's an inherent thing of the car, you know. It doesn't matter whys, wherefores, blah blah blah. It's just a case of it is inherently the car. It is incorrect. Do not pass go. Do not collect £200. Go directly to jail.
just for the record, last month we were actually in profit.
Were we?
Yeah.
I find that surprising.
By 15,000.
It's not been much, but still, I find that surprising.
In September, we did 201,000 in contracts. And in August, we did 132,000. And last month, in October, we did 67.
And also thinking on it with regards to your idea, Mad Dog. Well, the other thing that kills it is the wheels, because all the wheels are bespoke, so therefore they have different weights.
Okay.
Because to be fair, they probably just don't want all the fucking around either. Benefit of just roll the car on the weighbridge. You in and out once and done. One man, thank you, man.
But I'm just getting the image of sort of like, you know, turns up at the weighbridge, give us a second, just chuck a set of steelies on. Yeah, that's just amusing. Just like going from what the race with a set of 13-inch steelies off a Mini or something like that. It's like, that'd be right. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Do 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 do. What listening to? We're on Pretzel tonight, weren't we? So the track currently is Time by Luvic and Debs. Yeah, well, the entire channel is. Because it's all chill EDM. That's what we've been on all night. That's all I ever run. So, Luvic and Debs, and the track's called Time. Or it could be Luvic, Luvic. Debs with 2 B's. Right, turn it around. Up. Right, there we go. To be honest with you, Wormy, I didn't expect him to be. Because they're most probably in a, you know, an exclusive pretzel contract.
Wow. We're up to 160 sunflower oil.
Yeah, it is slow.
Exceptional.
But those things run at like a tenth of the speed as what a normal one would, so. I'll be back in a second.
No problems. They are looking quite ugly skies. It only says overcast, but it's like that's looking kind of ugly. That looks like wet.
And we're gonna apparently get snow next month.
Well, 'tis December. Okay, almost ready for the run back to the other side, which is nice.
Lose a nice 12 grand wood transport contract.
Are you feeling it?
I'm currently starting on some mowing.
Oh, you got some mowing as well, did you?
Yeah. Because it must have ticked while we've been missing.
Yeah, no worries. What's that one first? That one second. Swear to God, I feel like I'm getting spoiled using Sim Dashboard.
Yeah, it's basically just like Game Glass.
Pretty much, but as I say, cause well, like Game Glass, but at least with the community boards and there being a legit farm sim one, it's like
Yeah. And it also works with ETS
Yep.
and ATS.
And F1 14 through 24. And Project Cars.
And Beam.
And Forza. Motorsport 7. Forza Motorsport. Horizons. Flight Sim. 2024, 2010, X. It's like what it actually caters for is a bit freaking ridiculous. So, do you think we could make it to getting 100 up to 150? Well, say 175k in this stream? Because what I'm thinking is, if we can get to that sort of level, if we can get to like 175, if we throw down and buy the warehouse, because that would then leave us with 25k in hand. Dun, dun, dun. Cool, another 4 runs after this one. Right, that one. That one. Well, la la la. Easy, tiger. Fucking hell. Getting all fruity with a multi-spin. Right, let's just get out of that. And brought that down. Better. Right, so now quick drive on. Bridge, tra-la-la, high, through the S's, apex, 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 and roll out. Don't do that on public roads. It's a bad thing to do, okay? past the Pornhub petrol station. Alright, there we go. Parked up. Who'd have thought a cultivator 100% dirty? Who'd have thought it? It's not like you dragged it through the mud or anything. Right, so I'm just going to try and see if we can work this out now. Just what we got. So 5374. Right, it doesn't have a lease cost there, and yes, I'm going to use. Right, so what were we saying? 5374, 5374. So 5374 minus 779. So I'm expecting £4,500. All right. I'm going to hand this in. Right, that's right. That's correct. So it doesn't. So when it's cleaned and you've leased something, it doesn't show you a lease cost, but it does deduct the lease cost.
Okay.
Because, yeah, welcome back. Yeah, because what we've just got for the cultivating contract is exactly right to within a single shekel for what the job was, minus the leasing cost of the equipment.
I see user has committed us to an
The
entire
plough.
day.
And there's only 2 dead woods that can actually be done.
Yeah, I've just taken one. Of course, as soon as we do those 2, they then spawn new ones. So
Yeah. Now, this circle is one for hiding one across the road, but I think maybe not this time.
Yeah, it's not every time they do that, little bastards.
Yeah.
I've never noticed this pylon up here before.
Oh, come on. Wait up. So that makes a second one there. Go on, fall over. You can do it. There we go. No. That is a Scotch pine. It's not dead wood. You, however, look like dead wood. You are. So we'll get rid of you. And maybe you as well. Because you are also dead wood. Come on, one more. Just one more. Your Scotch pines, yep. Oh, no, outside the circle. Well, actually, let's just look, generally just immediately around the circle, because we know what they're like.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're kind of evil like that.
Yes.
they're all looking kind of nice. Nice orange leaves, because it is autumnal.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing any of these in December. I think doing Deadwood in December is going to be like the death of me, because everything's going to be just no leaves. Which arguably might make it easier.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because no leaves means you can see through shit. And you can see the downward branches easier.
Yeah, could go both ways.
I've got to sneeze again. Excuse me. Oh. No. Why is it always like, you know, you get 4 relatively easy, there's always that one that you can't fucking find?
So that's the idea, personally. I see it.
You see it?
Oh. Lehia.
Aha. Thinking you. Oh, time to make it all despair. Ching.
Bloop. It's a kind of magic. Next.
Yep, next. There's one for 8. It's on 76. That's the only one that's a good one.
Yep.
Cause yeah, 008. Okay. Accepting 76. Ching.
So, interestingly, if you go there and then accept it, you can actually see them spawning.
Ah.
Now, it does depend on the density of the trees, but yeah.
Okay. Made it fall over. So that's 2 down. 6 to go.
I've got 2 here. That's 4.
Got one here. So that makes it 5. Another one, 6. Another one is 7.
And I've got one here as well. Just number 8.
Happy days.
Now to 56. And one spawned right in front of me. I didn't even look at how many this is for, but it does
5.
I've got one more here. Oh, I can see another one. Keep going in that direction.
Yeah, got that.
I think that's enough. Nice and easy.
All helps.
And 23 is the next one.
Right, I'll collect on that one. Which is 9.
Yeah, but this one's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Look, it spawned 2 next to me.
That makes 3.
4. You're outside the zone that way. Five. Six.
Seven.
8. Oh, and the other one's right next to me, so number 9.
Okay. Cool.
It's easier when it's daylight, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, totally. Dead woods, and we'll collect on 23.
Have we done them faster than they can refresh at this point?
I think we have.
Get it for it.
Yeah, because the 2 remaining dead woods are for zeros, so it's like, yeah. There's only that sugar beetle that's left on 25, which can basically stay there.
I mean, it might not be the worst.
Oh, does that allow you to put, or is that sort of like, you know, doing the whole harrow thing, like throwing it over the back into the trailer? So it's like
Yes.
one person's a lot.
No, it throws off to the right, I want to say. You'll have to accept it to confirm, but the thing that's on the back of the thing that like flicks it up,
Yeah.
that's actually in the used machinery at the minute.
So I'm just kind of thinking, it's like, right, is that like as a one-man job then? in that respect.
No.
It's not. Even though it only provides one tractor.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Because if you go into the used machinery, you can see. I think it has a 6,500 storage on the thingy. Because it's
Yeah.
6.5 meters cubed, so it's got a 6,500 litre storage on it. So I guess you can do it as a solo person.
Oh, joking part, should we just take it because it's something? Do you want to come down with another tractor just in case?
Yeah. It's a 6.5 meter piece of kit as well.
Right, in that case then, let's just fuck it. Let's do this. Borrow items. Okay, borrowed. Doing 25. There. So they're both rear attachments. Okay.
I think the topper is a front. Or does it have 2 attachment points on it?
You got one there at the back. No? But it might be front actually. It might be front, just looking at the light
I
side.
don't know, because
thing.
you had the pin thing, so I think you were right. I think it was a rear.
Yeah, so they are two. So it's like go over it once, go over it a second time. With somebody
and
with
then
a
dip it into the
tractor.
thing.
Yeah. Right. Okay then. Right. Well, in that case then, let's do this. Let's do the thing.
The learning experience for all of us.
Yeah.
I also love the fact that it spawned on top of each other because it's so big.
Yeah. Lol. Right. So, where are we going? 25.
25. The right sort of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's basically going back home.
The old farm. Yes. Ah, yes. Need to be careful of pylons.
Yeah, this is very much just drive down the centre of the road.
As much as like we shit on sugar beet and stuff and won't use it unless we have the self-propelled stuff, like this isn't actually that bad of a working width. I did nothing.
No, not at all.
So there is a potential here, and I'm going to mention this before you drive on the field.
Yeah.
Check with your tyre it doesn't destroy the crop. Because I had a contract the other day where I drove on it and it was to harvest, and the harvester was actually destroying the crop because
No.
the pickup was actually after.
No, I've just driven over this front bit of sugar beet here, and nothing's changed.
Okay. I don't think crop damage really affects root crops that much, but it's worth checking.
Yeah.
This is a nice trailer. A nice bundle.
Good thing the neighbour doesn't actually have a crop on it right now.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be terrifying. I'm specifically taking this a bit wider than I should be. But going across that bottom bit, where you've cut across the bottom, you see where I've got to now?
Okay.
I'm full.
You're full.
I'm full.
Wow.
I'm now going to drive over to the trail. And it holds 6,450 litres.
Right.
I think I'm going to have to empty this thing probably about 6 times to get around the outside of this field. Feel what I mean?
Well, yes, indeed. Eugene, yes, indeed. Right. Let's turn this around if I can. Yep, just. Lower it. Well, to be fair, this is an experience. It's different.
And it's not a very big field.
Nope. So the question, UG, is how's the ploughing?
Acceptable.
Is it just because you can put it onto GPS and then just forget about it for 5 minutes?
Pretty much.
So that's that bit of locking done. So 2 headlands by the looks of this. Oh shit! Oh, get screwed! I'm gonna drop. There we go.
Talk to me.
Damn thing. At least they've changed the filter on the service thing now, so there's only our server comes up now. So what sort of mess is that making?
None. It dropped
it actually
before you
stop?
pushed forwards. So when you stopped at the side of the field, it's just
Yeah.
sat there.
Right. So the slight movement forward happened after that. Thank God for
Yeah.
that. Should be an incoming sync then. Do 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 do.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, it's still on 55. Come on, 58. We're going to do sync with people.
There it is.
There we go.
I would just like to point out that was just as I got to my trailer, so I may have nudged it. At least that's my excuse from sticking to it.
Right, so 25 there. Enter vehicle. Look at that. Who'd have thought?
I feel like a field this size is pretty reasonable for sugar beet.
Yeah, we're not having to sort of like scroll over as like a tiny little 3-meter header or anything like that. It's
Like, it's a nice size machine, but I wish the hopper was just a little bigger, but you always do. I think I can. I think I can.
I know I can. I know I can. Just getting turned properly. No, no. No, no, no.
Do you know how on 22 with the combine header you got stuck because of the thing?
Yeah,
That's
same
what
up
I
here.
did. And then my GPS locked onto the wrong thing. It tried to run me through the middle of the field, which isn't done. I do wish this fog would go away.
It'd make things a little easier. Right, okay.
Oh yes, I forgot that setting's on.
Which setting?
The one that only allows you to fill the trailer as much as what something can hold weight-wise
Yeah.
instead of weighing. Which means the trailer is full. So where am I taking this? The sugar bin.
You know what? That's quite apt, seeing that we're doing sugar beet.
You never know. Let's be honest, some of the delivery missions are a bit weird sometimes in this game.
True that.
Does that mean you never, if you never did 17, did you ever experience the transport missions in 19?
No, not really, because to be fair, me personally, I hardly played 19. Because, as I say, I got 19 because of it being a freebie, and then when 22, because of 22 coming out, you know, like Humble do, yeah? And then when 22 came out, it was like, Tryon went, here, have a copy of 22. At which point it became a, well, shit. And that's where, you know, I won't say everyone's addiction, but where everyone's, you know, what we were doing for Farm Sim, it's where it all kicked off. Because basically we all had 22 and we went down the year one stuff with it. So yeah, we just kind of like went from there. So yeah, the transport missions in 19 never really happened. Because I didn't play it enough to actually end up getting to that point.
Yeah, I can't remember if 19 actually had the transport missions or not. I think it did. It was either 17 or 19 they introduced delivery missions for pallets of luggage as it was done in the game. And so you'd have to go to a train station, pick up a couple of pallets and then have to deliver it. And they were paid very poorly. Jeremy says it did. Yeah, that'd be about right, Jeremy. So yeah, 19 had the shitty transport missions.
Yeah, I'll say I didn't really play it long enough to, you know, to actually get to the point where I did anything like that at all.
Because transport missions were a mod in 22. And it was kind of end gamey.
Yeah, because it was like 300,000 of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used that a little for a while, but it paid well.
I mean, I would fucking expect it if it wanted 300,000 or something.
And sometimes it'd be 300,000 of soybeans. Sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes it'd be cotton.
Yeah, I think a couple of times it wanted me to get a couple million or something. I was like, what?
Yeah. Can't even store that.
So,
up.
let me just hit the spawn button a few hundred times.
Off we go, another 400 yards to be fully done.
Well, as soon as I get this lot locked, I'll come and, you know,
Yeah.
go alongside.
I somewhat feel like we might need to swap tractors. Although yours,
Yeah.
I think, might be better. When I make it to the corner, find out next time. Dragon Balls.
As you do.
If you fall off that fucking PC again, I'm gonna laugh.
That's the very nice.
She keeps going up on top of the fucking thing, even when I don't want her to. At this point, I've just resigned to it. Fell off it once or twice, right behind the monitor, and couldn't get out. I had to move the fucking key light just to let her out.
Shit. Idiot.
You won't hear any contradictions here.
Damage.
POR, come for the stream. Stay for the abuse.
Yeah, I'm not driving around any. I suspect
So-
I'm about to make a trip.
So I was going to say, it's good to know that with regards to this, like even with crop destruction, it's not killing what we're driving over.
Yeah. Don't think I missed any of them.
Yeah, I might just be encroaching, mate.
Fine and full.
So do you want this tractor once I've finished this bit?
No, we're both 39 mile an hour gearboxes, so it's not a problem.
Right.
I've just emptied it as much as I can, but it's still like 90% full. I'm off to do a delivery. I always like how I try to make an effort to stick to roads and stuff for the first like 3 trips, and then I'm just like, sod it, I'm going straight across fields. Only empty fields. Anything I can destroy I will.
Right. Final one. There we go. What? So fine. Lift that. Do that. I can't fold it. It is just what it is. So what I'll do is I'll take this back to Newlands. Back for washing.
Yep. That's a tree. The business is in this one-way system, I thought.
Right. And since it's not our fuel, I'll leave that tractor running. Pick, come on, take the lance. Okay, so that's the topper cleaned off.
Oh, cool.
Yoink!
Because I can't see where I got up to with the fog, I just turned it on and let it go along a line.
Right, so where you are? 'Cause I can't
Top of the field.
Right. So if I go across like so. So it is pipe out on your left, isn't it?
Right, it's already
On
out.
your right. Okay.
I cannot adjust the height of it, so.
It's alright, it's doable. So I'm thinking, do you want to sort of like bring it around so we're going anti-clockwise, so then I can actually run alongside you?
Yeah,
I'll move
what I'll
out
do
of
is
the
I'll
way.
go down this line which will get me to the road and then.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, no, I need to come all the way down here, come back up to go anti-clockwise because my last outer ring.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool.
I think it holds about 51% if memory serves.
Wow, that fills up quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's 55%.
Yeah, it's 22,600 and something. I want to say. Thereabout.
Yeah, 222.88, 57%. And this, right. So it's down in the town, yeah?
Yeah.
Crossing the town. Right. Got it. I will be back shortly.
Okay, I'll be full before you reach the end of the road.
Yeah, don't you worry about it. turn 2 early. Never mind. It's all good. Okay, so that says sugar mill. But it's round the back side of it, isn't it? Yes, of course
Yep.
it is. So not through the car park. Go through the car park. It's
It's under the slopey bit
yeah.
from this side.
I see the tip. Yeah, it's the good trailer.
Yeah, I do like that trailer.
Yeah, it's a goodie one. I like. And we're gonna risk it for a biscuit. Yes, I am.
You should be able to fit along the path if needs to be anyway.
It's alright, Ian. Nobody saw that.
Nah, nobody. It's fine. It's all fine. It's all good. Alright, there we go. Get round there. Job done.
Oh, thank you, God.
You didn't wash the equipment.
Oh, shit.
You cost money.
Well, you can do the next flying contract and you can watch it.
No, because I'm not stupid enough to take it.
Just think of all the money we made.
Could have made more.
Could have made your face.
Yeah.
However, because I'm going to try and fix my sleep pattern, I am going to discontinue here.
Fine.
You said
no
that
worries.
last time.
No, it's really bad. It's really bad. There have been a lot of 2 a.m. this last week.
The GPS just going straight, so. We'll do a about turn, take this corner off to try and get to the longer sides.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, catch you guys in a bit.
See you in a
Yeah.
bit. See you in a bit.
He's 100% gonna play Balatra. Like that small line that I just did then did 30% on this thing. Is that line done? Another about turn. And I know that the top part now lines up with this one, so. And turn off. And then turn on. I don't think I'm going to make it all the way down. So I'm going to shift to the far side.
Just 1 minute. Right, I'm going to go now because I'm at 55%. His top's out at 57, so I might as well just
Okay.
go for the run back. However, which one are you in?
The Duke's off.
Right. Which is our biggest, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking our own isn't going to be actually any better than this. The Vulture's not going to be any better than
No.
what I'm running.
Will I make it through? Just.
So the only real downside that I've seen to this contract so far is because of smaller tractors, you got to do a lot of drop-offs because you can't use the full weight of the trailer or the full capacity of the trailer.
Well, I don't think the tractor you're in is a small tractor. I think it's a large tractor. So I don't think it would have made any difference. Even if we had unless we have like a quad track, I don't think it would have made a difference.
Gotcha. Yoink. Made it. Oh, wow. Thank you, lag. That was great. I felt like a train. Coming in at 6 frames a second. Why is it only those two fields that got fog on them? Seriously, game. What the fuck? Right. Go for it.
It's just going to be a quick pass up. And then it'll be a quick down, and then it's just going in circles. And that's the end of that line. And then I'll
Right.
quickly swing around to my left. Because there's like a little bit there. And I totally missed some of them then. And then it would be the road side of the.
Yeah.
It's 3 lines left.
I might still have
Everything
a
else is-
drop. I might have 2 drop-offs left as well because I'm at 20% already. What you doing? OG, how you doing, man?
Yeah, but when you go, I'd make an effort to try and square the field as much as I could. This one's only a partial row, which is quite nice.
That's fair. That's fair. Enjoy dinner.
Honestly, this harvest is not that bad. It could have been a lot worse. Fully swing left.
Just as a mental note, I am at 48%, so I'm about ready for disappearing again.
Yeah. Yeah, I hit 3k then, so you're going to be full at the end of this. Before even being halfway down.
I'm full now.
Yeah. And that's me full.
So yeah, all things considering, this could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'd have wanted to have done it on a bigger field.
Sorry, pedestrian, you're getting run over. I know it doesn't hurt you, so meh. Okay. Friends. Oh. lag, please. Just give it a break. Jesus Christ. Hanger into that. Do-do-do-do-do. Coming up on your right. There you go, that's you empty then.
And that's the bottom of that line. So that's the last pass.
Question is, will I make it?
I'm not gonna lie, the jury's out on that one.
I'm thinking maybe not. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're slowing up because you're empty.
Yeah.
And we're only at 15th thou. We might make this.
It's gonna be close. Yeah, that light really doesn't help to see where the things end. But I can see the finish.
Yeah, and I've only just hit 50% and seen it's 57.
Should be fine. There we go, that was it all done.
Yay, job done. Right,
I may or may not have hooked you.
yeah, slightly. It's alright, it's all good. Got past it.
This mirror flash room.
Right, so if you want to take that back to Newlands.
Yeah.
For washing, I'll go deliver.
Oh, so that's what the road looks like.
Let's wait for this to lag its ass off as I get towards the down.
We should get a good overpayment, like close to what the actual payment is for the whole contract. I reckon.
Well, yeah, realistically, seeing we're on almost full load, and there's only 1% of the contract left to do.
Yeah.
Kind of goes in that territory, so. £7,000. Well, 6,919, but you know, basically £7,000.
Yeah.
That's a good payout. That'll do. I should have gone straight. I didn't need to turn. Three.
As much as I bitch and whine about the contracts and potatoes, they do pay well. Because the excess at the end of it, you get paid really well for it.
So yeah, I'll just lamp in this so I can get back to Newlands so we can do the wash off before I hand over.
Yep.
Oh, look at that 6 frame a second train.
I've got to the stage where I try not to look at it because it pains me.
Yeah, I'll kind of come in on the right. There you go. Oh, turn the engine off.
All done.
All done. Right. In that case then, if we're all tidy on all the things, do that. That's completed. That was only for 3.6 though. Wow. So 3.627 is what we should get. Did we? Yep, 3.627. Because I actually had the least cost on it as well this time.
Yeah.
We'd have some of them do, some of them don't. Alright.
Yeah. Next.
Oof.
Cultivating. For field
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, I can run round that one because we don't have a cultivator, so that's going to be a borrow.
I'm assuming the fill we've just done is going to pop probably in about 20 in-game minutes.
Something like that. So I'll go with 10. Oh, pain in the backside that it is. But
Yep, I will BRB.
no worries. Right, so la la la. There we go. The thing that's got the engine missing. Yeah, that's the one. Right. Flick on the engine. Reverse, man. That's up. That's the front attached. Right, so this way around to 10 it is. I can make it. Come on. I think I'll go in from about there. That's where I'll start. That's good, that's good. Let's go hold that. Do that.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I say if we could get to like, I would say just like, even if it's only just 160, 175 would be best. But 160, you know, so leave us with 10 grand in hand. And we could get hold of the warehouse.
Yeah. I mean, there is the question of how much do we need the warehouse at the minute, because we don't have any directions to put it up.
But we've got our cabbages and our mushrooms, which can have their output directly to the warehouse.
Yeah.
See that, or it's a case of, well, no, I can't really even do that either. I was going to say that, or we just go, as we were discussing from last stream, is we actually set the chickens up, but effectively, we've got no feed for them.
Not yet. For another year. like we're sort of in like a bit of a weird spot because like we have some fields and we have no productions really. We have greenhouses but no productions. So, but then we also have things that can feed productions like greenhouses. But I don't know the answer really. I just like it.
See, I'm now also wondering, well, maybe with the cash, I'm just throwing out an equipment thing here, because we did seem to do quite a bit of it. I'm not looking for the largest, because kind of required horsepower and shit. But what cultivators have we got available?
I believe the Duke's Fab could actually pull something pretty decent size.
But I don't want anything too big, because it's I'm kind of looking as a one bit of a kit fits all, because you know we don't want something too big for 10, because it just wouldn't freaking go around. For example.
Yeah, but you also want one something really small and then end up with two. Which is like the biggest field on the map.
Yeah, this is why I'm thinking, is there anything that's like mid-size that we could kind of go with? Because I'm just thinking it's like we're at the stage, you know, we're a common one that we seem to be picking up is cultivating contracts throughout like most of the year. You know, everyone seems to be wanting to going down the cultivation thing side of things.
Yeah, especially when
On this
harvest
map.
season's just passed or something.
Yeah. So I'm thinking we could be making £1,000 at a time, you know, just by having our own cultivator. Now, I'm not going to lie, that may potentially end up costing us, in a way, because we might have to have another damn tractor. See, we're just running two.
So, 50k and 50 and a half. That would give us a 7.5 metre.
That's a nice size. It'll make 10 easy, but it's not too unwieldy a size
Yeah.
for 10. But 7.5, yeah, it's going to make 2 longer, but it's not out of the realms of possibility.
So the biggest of the big that they do is an 18.3, so it's not like that big in comparison. But there is another one that's a 9 metre, which is 97, so it's basically double the price for it for 2-ish.
I'd go with the
1.5.
I'd go with the 50. To be fair.
And that 50k one can be pulled by both tractors.
Right, so it's actually rated for what we have already. And it would only end up meaning if we needed a third tractor just because of we're all doing home stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm down with that.
Because the Dutzfahrt is 287 horsepower and the voucher is 210. And the requirement for that was 190? Yeah, 190.
So, yeah, so we need another large medium or a small large.
Well, we don't
effective.
need it, but we...
No,
it
no,
would be nice.
that's what we'd have to. That's what we'd be looking for if we had to.
Yeah, but we'd probably want a large medium or a smallish large anyway, because that's the size of equipment that we're going to be getting.
Yeah. All joking apart, pull the trigger on the cultivator.
You want me to buy it now?
Yeah.
No, there's just no point. Well, should I finance it over 6 months?
What's it going to
Could
cost
be-
per month? What's our options?
For 6 months, it'll be £8,500.
Yes. Because that's basically, we have to do one decent contract a month to pay for it.
Yeah, but we're also going into December, which just doesn't. But we do have the money to pay it anyway, so
Yeah.
as long as we don't
We-
spend too much.
And also got our oil and bales to sell
Yeah,
to assist with that.
the bales go in
these-
December. Okay, I'll put it over 6 months. I mean, realistically speaking, all that is the better of the deadwoods, just 4 of them.
Yeah. That, or if literally, if we can be asked, you know, most probably a single wood haulage.
Yeah. Wood haulage isn't bad, it's just that we've done a lot of them, so it's trying to change it up a bit
Exactly.
by apparently cutting down trees.
Yeah, but that's effectively a damn sight quicker.
True. I need one more tree.
You know, for as much as, you know, we can make a tick about it, it's a damn sight quicker because it's like chop down 5 trees. You know, but we don't have to do what the game says by take the equipment because you don't actually need it.
Which then also gives you extra money because you don't need to pay the leasing.
Exactly. It's just that giant thing trying to lull you into this false sense of, oh, you need this equipment because you need to go and sell the wood.
Yeah.
Actually, no.
If I go to here, here. It's bad when you don't even look at how many thing it is anymore, you just get on with it.
Right, I'll work it out off the percentage. Thanks.
I'm guessing it's 8 on this one. fact that when I see the train come into the map and then watch it go along the mini map and it's juddering on that says to me that the train's got issues. Because like it was just showing up on my mini map and I could just see it and it goes forward a little bit and then it stops. And it goes forward a little bit more and it stops.
And drop that. There we go. Into the next bit.
There is a stone picking job.
Ooh, transfer lineman.
Yes. I didn't even see what field I saw how much it was. 41.
That. It's down on that. And go, go, go. So how much is that stone picking pay now?
14. Do you want me to take it and start it? Or do you want to leave it for next time?
Might leave it for next time, actually. Although potentially there's no guarantee that the job will be there when we come back in next time because it would like re-initialising. Unless we take it.
Does. Yeah, I don't think it changes what missions are there once you've got one. I think once you save it, it will still be there when you come on.
Oh well. Well, in that case, then let's not save it. Well, let's not start it. And if it's there, it's there. If it's not, then oh. Yeah, get back here, yeah, little steward. Almost missed. Wow, you got one with 3?
No, that was 2.
Alright.
They were just literally right next to each other.
Yeah, it's just weird. Suddenly went to 33 and immediately was like, wow.
I think it was 5 on this one.
No, it's 6. No, you definitely have 6 on that one. Because you've cut down 3 so far. That was your 4th. And you're on 66%.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying too much attention, if I'm completely honest. All I know is I haven't finished the contract, so I just went around like a... No.
So, come on, back up, back up, back up. There There we go. And running away with that one. Do, 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 do.
There is another cultivating popped up. On 25, the one we just did.
I am sorely tempted. Now we've got the equipment for it.
Yep.
So how much is that pushing out? Is that £5 grand? Week. You know what? I know why there's the randomness and confusion of what we should be doing and what should we be getting.
Because they haven't got travel.
Precisely.
I was thinking about it earlier.
There's a distinct lack of one. And as much as a Mickey take as it, you know, that I would Mickey take ourselves out of it because of it, it was actually quite pretty handy.
Yeah. The problem is that we are also like, we're not prioritising something over another.
This is true.
And I think if we say, as an example, because like I keep mentioning the temple, if we prioritise that, we would have to invest in a sawmill and invest in some and dedicate some land to trees. But it would take like a year in game for them to start to grow, probably, or to be fully grown, and then you cut them down with the chainsaw, we get the forestry winch thing that's like $6,500 and just drag the stump over the tree over. Put it in there, produce the the short planks, the long planks, and the beams. Take them to the temple, and then we get paid for them. And then repeat, and it's like something stupid like 80,000 beams you need, something stupid like that. Like, it's a lot of stuff to produce, and it takes like, I think it's something like 6 in-game years, assuming there's no pauses for something in it, to actually build the temple. Which, in all honesty, we're probably never going to finish.
Excuse me. Pretty much.
Because we'll get distracted onto another map or something. But like, it's one of those things, like, you pay the investment to get the sawmill, which there is like depending on which one you get, memory errors, because I think there's like a 50k one and then there's a 150k one or something stupid like that.
So it then just becomes the only real proper way to do it is you make your investment, make sure that you've got something that does passive, and then you just skip time like forevermore. In essence.
So there's 150k for the one sawmill, and there's 300 for another. And the difference is the fact that one can make prefab walls, which, as you may remember from Silver Run, that was when they introduced them last time round. But like, you can also go a step further, because the planks, the short and the long planks, you can take to a carpentry and make furniture. And you can also take them. What it's referred to on here as a Cooper, which transforms short planks and long planks into barrels and buckets, and also produces wood chips. So like, they go other places other than just the thingy, but you mostly need them for the temple to start with. Later on you'd need to put a carpentry down and do it that way.
Right.
But it's also something that, like, you can start off with just a 36k sawmill, which is like what we've got now for the oil, and just let that produce wood and whatever you need just to pay other things off. So it does pay for itself eventually, but it's just one of those things, like, it's the investment to do it.
Yeah. So, okay, so not the temple apart, just to kind of forget that for a second,
Yeah.
right? Let's give a reason for this map. What if we were to make or to do our own market? So what we need to do, thinking on this, is we need to pick a field, largest one that we're going to write off, because on there we're going to put our market shops. So that'll be tailor, bakery, blah blah blah. So basically, we decide what we want our outputs to be. Yeah? And
Yeah.
basically make our own little market street, for example. So do our own, basically make our own traders market on a field. A field will get concreted, whatever, because this is where, and you know, for all jokes and purposes, you know, once we decided what's getting concreted, we tart it up to fuck, you know, to make it look real pretty and all the rest of it. But essentially, from a gameplay aspect, because it's our market town, we build up to put the businesses on there.
But they're not. You're talking sell points, not manufacturing.
Well, say not manufacturing. We may need to put somewhere for the manufacturing to be able to supply the sell points.
Yeah, but I thought the manufacturing was what was on field 3.
Potentially, yes. But as we're looking at, you know, what the temple is and how much investment is required to make, you know, for a single thing and how long term that potentially is, I'm sort of like, I'm counter offering it to be, well, instead of necessarily the temple per se, we make our own market of sell points, and we either acquire or build the productions to allow to sell to them, and acquire our own fields, etc. stuff with, you know, everything else to do that. Maybe a bit grandiose, but it could be broken down and segmented, you know.
So, of the placeable sell points, there's 3 of them that we would need. Which comes to 370,000.
So, just to kind of add to that though, is there any custom sell points that can utilise productions we already have to basically give us variation
How do you mean variation?
on shops? So you're saying there's only 3 sell points
Yeah.
that we could basically do for the market. So is there a, you know, say, but say modded other sell points that, you know, that can produce different things using the things that we can produce already from
So-
production buildings.
Sell points are literally just that, sell points. Factories that we have that can use to produce other things are a different thing. Like, that was why I specifically said sell points and it being 370, because there's, and one of those is actually a double by the looks of it. Of sorts, which is basically, there's the biomass heating plant, which takes straw, bales, wood, and wood chips.
Yeah.
Then there's the farmer's market, which basically takes everything else, which sells your harvested and produced goods.
Right.
Now, in
so,
that,
right, okay. See,
so,
yeah, go on.
so in that listing, it doesn't show all of the products. There is also a big farmer's kiosk and a small farmer's kiosk, which basically show everything else that you couldn't sell at the farmer's market. And that's to just provide an additional selling point that is not the ones on the map already. That is not, they're not productions, they're literally you just take it down and sell it.
Okay.
Which may or may not give a better pricing.
Right. So thinking on it then, so what we need for our market street as such it would actually be an area of productions. Like actually, so that's where the tailor would go, that's where the baker would go. You know, so
Yeah,
like your
so it would be an industrial estate of sorts.
as such. Yeah.
Which is why I was asking you about a name for an industrial estate earlier, because like you'd have passed many working, so like
Oh, yeah.
something might come to mind. So I was like, throw a name out there, so you picked one. For the newer farm that we can just refer to it as, because then we can just place the productions there as and when.
Yeah, but you see, because what we did, or what we had on, I want to say Black Run. Was it Black Run?
Black River?
Yeah, Black River. That one. We had built into the back end of the farm productions, which we basically made it into a high street. So there was the baker, the tailor. Granted, the grain mill was across the road, but it was like basically your top end production points, yeah, were all as a little high street, because artisan high street sort of thing.
Yeah. Well,
So maybe that's what we aim towards, that we make, you know, the artisan high street, as it were, which is the production points. So, you know, so we can put tailors as an actual tailor shop, the bakers as in the baker shop variation, you know.
yeah, but they still produce pallets, which then is just going to go
Yeah.
into storage.
But then what we also do is then we have that farmers market, and we've got our logistics, hence the warehouse, yeah, that we can then just basically stack everything in the back of a truck and take it to large farmers market or various bits around whatever's doing.
Yeah, but going back to the production side of it, we don't have anything to make the next thing. Like, we have the, what's it called? Oil mill, currently doing very little but something.
Yeah.
And that is a start of making, like, I think it's potato chips or some shit. But you need potatoes for the other half of it, which we can't plant because we don't have a plant, or we can't harvest because we don't have to harvest. And so that leaves us with probably like $500,000 investment just to actually be able to pick them up.
However, this is like stuff to work towards. This is like the long-term planning of the save, as it were. Not a,
What?
you know, we're going to do this in the next 5 minutes sort of thing. As in, this is, it's like, where do we want the map to end up?
Well, that was what I was saying. Like, I get the shopping street thing and putting it into the warehouse, It's just where to go next now,
Yeah.
which is the thing that we've been sort of questioning all night, but haven't actually had an answer for really, because it's not a thing that's. It's not a quick answer, and it shouldn't be a quick answer, but.
See, so
It's-
next thing is realistically, we keep on this money building up that we're doing, and you know, and we'll get the chickens in. We'll do it that way. You know, make the start. Do the last one, get production so missions can give all the raw produce.
But there's not enough left over at a mission to do it unless it delivers to your own place, and I don't even know if it gives you the product once you tip it in. And that's assuming it goes into your one.
Okay, so because it's just here. As it is far. Where is the cultivator at moment?
Cool.
Still at the shop, or is it
Still at school.
still at the
Open up
store?
in Deadwood.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No worries. Let's go. Right, I'll go get it, and we will give it a spin. So basically, it's a whether the missions will actually give you the outputs that we put down as missions is what it boils down to. So basically, we've got to self-perpetuate it, whichever way we're looking at it.
Which you can obviously stack the odds in your favour, like with the sugar mill you can buy the one on the map, which then means when you do a sugar beet it's going to go into your
Yeah.
thing, but that doesn't mean you're going to get the produce from it. Because I can't remember, I know there was a video I saw that had it happen in it, I can't remember if they actually kept the crop that was poured in there from the mission or not. I don't think they did.
Two headlands, that's fine. Right, okay, so rear hitch. Unfold. This is good. Let it drop. Let it drive. yes, can confirm, would cultivate again. This is good size, all things considering.
I mean, the bigger ones just take a lot more horsepower.
Yeah.
As the best bit about that one is it's a reasonable size and both tractors can do it. So I also know the mozzarella sticks, I want to say it is in this game, can pay a lot of money. CFO.
Yeah, have a good night, Faye.
But like the mozzarella sticks require buffalo milk. And buffaloes eat a lot of food and we don't have the production for food, and so that's a whole different ballgame.
So essentially, thinking on it, an end goal to work towards, however many steps that would be a production village, i.e. tailors, bakers, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
With what, and then we basically add a large farmers market sell point at the end of that street on that field, as it were. So basically, if we need to then go and sell it, it's just like we just move it from A to B, sort of thing.
Yeah. So what's the first production going to be?
Okay, so let's go for... Right, so we'll go for the end result, yeah, of the first shop we want to support on our production street will be a baker. So that
Okay,
means
what
we're
do you want
going
to
to
produce
need
in the baker?
initially just bread. So it's going to be wheat that we need to be salting first of all. So which in that case means we need to acquire money for extra field space, and we need a grain mill in the first instance. Correct? So am I
Yeah.
right on? You know, that's what we're looking at, yeah.
Yep.
So that will be the start. And that will put the baker on the street. Now, from there, we can then add extra things. So, no, you're not having Coventry, but we could add cows so we can get the milk, so we can do the creams, which is then the cream cake, to start going towards cakes. You know,
I don't need
and
Coventry
greenhouses
because
to
I've
throw.
got custom things.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's like, but initially, if we're doing just bread, you know,
Yep.
that's fair place. But then, as I say, we can then get cows and the things required for cows, so we can then put next on the list, so that we want to do cakes at the bakers. You know, and we get to a certain point, it was like, what do we want to do next? Well, maybe go with the tailor, which means we just need the grass fields, which we'll already have for potentially for cows. Yeah, and then you know, we need sheep to then provide the wool for the next part of the thing. So yeah, I think in the grand scheme of it, you know, a baker may be the best thing. It'd be the closest thing we've got going right now. Because also this comes back to the chickens, because will we not also need eggs
Yes.
for said baker? So there we go then. So that's kind of already fitting in with what we've been thinking right from the very start. You know, yeah, we need chickens because we need egg production. And then we need
At which
fields.
point we need fields for barley and wheat.
Yeah, so it's like we've already put down our barley, which was effectively for chicken feed. That was the original
Assuming that's
want
enough.
of it. Assuming that's enough. But maybe get it to the point of where, if we've done enough contracts and such like, and it's not enough, that we can actually afford to, for the first year, chicken feed it if we have to. Depending on how big it decides to put the coop as. So yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a slight input on that.
All right. Of course.
Maybe we should start with a full-size oil mill first.
Because oil is also required for the bakery, or is an input for the bakery, is it not?
I don't know, but it's almost a dead end thing because it's used in the potato processing plant. After
Right.
that, which is potatoes, which we just won't do for a long time, as long as we can put it off.
Yeah.
So you can use it as an end goal, which then means your canola and sunflower oil. Well, canola and sunflowers get turned into oil, and I think it even does rice as well. But
yeah, but we've
that's
seen
rice.
all our rice goes. Yeah, it's not exactly a...
So basically, just because it's almost a dead end thing, because we won't do potatoes if we can help it, I'd consider that the end of the production change. So that one gets built, and then it's moving on to the next set of productions for.
Yeah. And if we have it as we've got the fields feeding it, and we're just going on auto sell, yeah, then basically that's just feed and money, whichever way we look at it.
Yeah.
You know, it's essentially becomes a money for nothing, effectively. Well, not nothing, but you know what I mean.
As we've already started with all production at the yard anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's absolutely fine. Because how I'm envisaging it, yeah, is essentially our production street has like two sides of it. It has an industrial side, which is the mills, like the grain mill and the oil mill, you know, which are basically chunky, industrial looking things. Yeah. And then the second part of it would be its own little area, which is basically anything that looks like a shop front as a production area. Yeah, that's the one that gets made to look nice and be the market town, as it were.
No.
So essentially, it's just a case of making productions and getting the stuff to them. But for what you have set out is like 3, and that bit on 3 which has got barley on it at the moment. Yeah, that becomes your industrial estate, because that's where we put, you know, the full-blown oil mill. That's where we put a full-blown grain mill for making its productions. And then from there we get another field. I'm not saying this particular one, but we say, actually, argument's sake, we take field 1, yeah,
Yep.
and we make that into a market street. So it's like a little street that comes off the main road, yeah, with your production points either side, looking like a high street. From an aesthetic point of view, but that would be where your baker would live. That would be where your tailor lives, where you put a restaurant, you know, or a fast food joint or whatever, you know. Not fast food, because we're not going to do potatoes for fries, but you get my meaning.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, there's nothing saying we can't do potatoes for fries. It's just because we do have that modded harvester in here. It's just that it's expensive to do.
Yeah, but that can be, as I say, a later thing.
Yeah.
You know, when
I mean,
you know we've got money
starting
rolling.
anything's expensive.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like you need to sort of save up 750 to a mil just to start one production sometimes. When you're building it all yourself anyway.
Yeah. So as I say, that's a potential, you know, as opposed to, you know, devoting 60 years, in-game years and all the rest of it for building a temple, you know, which is just going to be basically nothing but being a fucking lumberjack, you know, forever.
Yeah.
You know, this is where I'm thinking that could be a potential end goal. You know, that's what we want. We want to get basically make and set up all the productions, an industrial estate and a high street with the cars thing, and basically we just build them up one at a time so that they are the self-sustaining things. Anything that can't be sustained, we end up do we have to tear it down again? We may have to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, with the temple, like, it is literally 6 years of continuous stuff, but all you need to do is just throw a tree in, like, one a month, pop up the wood mill, and it will just produce everything for you. So it isn't be a lumberjack, as you worded it, permanently. It's just throw 1 or 2 trees in a month, and just occasionally replant. But it is down to sort of personal preference how you want to play games, to play the game, to if you want to do the temple or not.
Yeah.
And the reason why I was saying about the temple is just because it's an end goal then.
Well, let's put it this way, if it's only 1 or 2 trees a month, then it's like, you know.
Well, I mean, if you look at today alone, we've moved, what, 1 month?
Yeah.
So realistically speaking, we'd only need to cut down maybe 2 trees, and then for add session, and maybe replant some every now and again, every couple of years.
So we need to basically get a tiny corner somewhere on some bit of land, which we'll turn around and put down, you know, planting half dozen poplar, something like that.
Not popular. Not popular.
Or whatever it is. Whatever it is. Again, spitballing, just getting hold of, you know, as a whatevs.
That also being said, wood chip is actually worth money in this game. Not like it used to be. It used to be something stupid like per 1,000 litres was like £89 or whatever. As now it's like reasonably priced. So you do get the off-cut-ins as well over time. And they spawn in pallets at the wood mill, depending on which one you have.
So, as I say, that's an idea for a concept of endgame, as it were.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, yes, let's do the oil first. You know, because like you say, we've got an oil mill already. Let's get the oil going first. And once we've got that going, you know, and we plant relevant crops to use it with, you know, then we'll go on to, you know, bakery. So therefore bakery support first, i.e. LeChuck. Whereas LeChuck could potentially go down, you know, side by side with doing oil production, just purely on the basis of we can then just basically direct sell eggs. You know? So all we've got to do is basically keep them fed, and then we'll just take the money each month, you know, with pallets of eggs being sold as is. So does that answer the question of what direction do we want to go in next?
Kind of.
So effectively, LeChuck and Le Oil.
Yes.
You know, and out of this lovely big, you know, concrete flagged area that we've got at the moment, yeah, it's yes, the warehouse is going to go in the middle of this, you know, and we've got all this flipping sorghum to effectively either uproot or just, you know, paint out. Either or. More than likely paint out.
Yeah, I'm assuming it'll be painted at some point.
You know. Because, you know, the fact that with what we're doing at the moment, we've got this storage unit already half full.
Yeah. Which next
Yeah.
in-game month is... I think
Is emptied. Is emptied, fair. But still, we've got this half full, and then but we're looking at expanding. So therefore, we're gonna realistically need another one of these soon. TM. You know, to go with the extra bits we're doing. You know. So it is going to be a case of saving money for farmland, which is well expensive, but you know, considering what we've got at the moment, let's have a look. Just all joking apart.
That's why I say like it's like 3/4 of a mil that you need to save to be able to afford to set anything up, because the cost of production plus the cost of the land to support said production just makes it
Yeah,
that much.
but so yeah. So how about it? Let's just say right because we're going oil, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be able to put anything down on it. I think, you know, it's going to take us a few months.
Not this year.
Not this year. But basically, we go for the 3/4 of a mil. Yeah. To put, to replace that little oil mill, cause P. There we go, and we want construction.
We can somewhat assume it'll pay back about 15.
Factories. So right, so yeah, so coming back to what I was saying about like the high street, so we'd be looking at the 150 grand or 210, you know, like the dairy and the bakery, because that is a shop style sort of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas grain mill there at 288, argument's sake, but there's that oil mill at 240. That will go on its actual industrial because of what it is. You know, looks like an industrial unit, goes on the actual industrial side. If it looks a bit like a shop, like the spinnery there, then high street. You know, of which you put the spinnery and the tailor next to each other on the same high street, for example. But that's not what I was looking. Or was it? That was sugar. So, oil mill. So 240 grand. So essentially we need that. And field 2.
I don't know, if I'm completely honest, because I don't know how much of a crop we will get from field 2. And I don't know how much it will use in a year. Because it has a cycles per month for canola oil is 480. So is that 480 litres per month? Or 480 times through the recipe?
So how I believe cycles work is 480 times through the recipe. That's how I think cycles work. But I was just looking at it as being, realistically, you know, field 2 there, which is this one here. If we've got an oil factory down here, or even on there, whatever, but we fill that up with oh, what did we just get a lot of straw off? Big straw.
Sunflowers?
No, sunflowers gives next to nothing. Actually, it's quite.
That was when you got your 20 odd.
That was
bales
20
there.
odd bales. Yeah, but what was on 22, which we just done? You know, because we've done everything with that now.
That was soybeans that we just did.
Soybeans, right? So, say basically we're going to make, because soybeans can be made into oil as well. Yeah.
I don't think they can. It's canola.
No, they
so-
can't. It's right. So, for what I'd then say is, for best return of investment for oil and straw, yeah, you plant 2 full of canola. Because you'll have a higher bale return from the straw swath, because sunflowers is quite thin. It's not much to it. But you get a deeper pile with the canola, and the soybeans was massive, which is why I thought you could get it off soybeans, but obviously not. So we basically fill it with canola. And then what we can then do is what's then harvested of the canola goes obviously to the oil production, and then that's what we're getting as the big straw side of it. And then we can see from there basically what we get out of it. Because that's hardly moved, and we've got 210 litres so far. Yeah. So
Yeah.
not a biggie. It's a slow pull.
But again, that's only running 48 cycles a month.
And it's
And
usually
that's
480, isn't it?
Yes. And that's
Right.
actually split in two because sunflower and canola are both activated at the same time. So it's
So
actually only
basically,
24.
4 cycles a month is it friends at the moment. So yeah. So we're going to get 10 times the output of that. So that's going to be putting out.
I think it's about a pallet and a half or to 2 pallets a month
Yeah.
on the bigger one, not on that.
Not on that, but on the bigger one, two pallets a month. And then possibly with 2 and the oil and the mill, yeah, that could potentially become self-sustaining.
Hopefully.
Potentially, that's going to be basically without trying to work out what the calculations are and sticking around with the calculator. That's going to be the fuck around and find out part of it. So $750,000 to get the facility and this field right behind us here. And as I say, hardware, we don't actually need anything really much extra because we've already got our harvester with a decent sized header on it. We now have a cultivator, which, alright, still only 7.5, but it could actually do that in a not too bad a time, realistically. It's direct drill seeding, is it not, for said canola?
Yeah.
So we've already got the seeder for it.
Yeah, but the seed is also only 6 meters.
True. But let's put it this way, initially beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah.
As in, we don't initially, emphasis on that word initially, need to actually buy any extra equipment for the farm. Because we've got a harvester with a compatible head. We have a seeder, granted 6 meters, but still. Set up the cosplay for it. Whoopie-doo, let's go for it. If need be, earn a little extra money, spend some money and have an AI plant it.
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, we're making other money. Yeah? It's like, we need it seeded. Fine. Let's just keep it full of seed and we'll just set it up for an AI helper. Yeah? While we're making other cash. And if we're can't make any other cash, then we get rid of the AI helper and do it ourselves until something else comes through that we can make cash off of it. Yeah? So yeah, three quarters of mil gets you field 2 right here. We'll get you the production, and then obviously we're gonna need maybe 3 or 4 grand, something like, for seeds to actually plant it when the time's there. And if we can run it side by side, depending on what we get out of this barley up here, yeah, we might make 3 and 4 top and bottom, make all of it barley eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
So then basically that becomes your chicken feed point. This is what we're going to keep the chickens with, for argument's sake. So there you go. That's how we can make a start. Yeah, $750,000.
Yeah.
No. Let's round it. 800 grand. 800,000 is what we need to make it up to. We're at 150, just shy of now. but we need to get to 800 thou. And that is going to buy us seed, this field as field 2, and the oil mill, which we could, instead of being down in that bottom corner, because we're going to want sort of like kind of front access for the trucks for the warehouse at the front, we could literally put it on the back of the bale shed.
Layout wise, I'm just going to leave it for you and user to decide.
Yeah. But as I say, because we're still going to use fields at the top end, we could just, put it on the back of there, of which then warehouse can go a little further forward. I don't know, argument's sake, because you will throw some bloody spanner into the works.
Yeah, take away spending privileges.
No decorating for him.
No, enforced decorating as in we need you to do this and this alone.
But then I need to do this, and then I need to do that.
But as I say, that's, there you go. That gives you, this is what we're starting out for. 800 thou, big boy version of this. And then, as I say, that field effectively to supply it. Considering we do have grain silos, the bit that's next to the bale sheds, that might actually end up being an ideal place to put extra silos when the time comes. But I'll say, we've got open space, we've got ways of doing things. And there you go, that's the decision made. Big time oil, making canola oil, because that gives you the better pullback of straw bales. Yeah?
Yep.
Right, okay. So, on that bombshell, and it's now midnight, and I'm in Bangor in the morning, I'm going to disappear. Wait a minute, what's that? Okay. Is going with the orcs as bad guy too predictable or safe? I
Orcs are fine.
Both?
Yeah, it's like, it's a legit. Cause also it's so yeah, let's go with this one. So yeah, if you do go with an orc, you've already got a pre-concept character of what they look like, and what you've got all that inherent racial thing of it's an orc, because orcs are portrayed as bad guys in other things, whether it be Lord of the Rings, Warcraft, you name it, it's already there. So yeah, it's legit enough, because bear in mind, each one of them has their own take on the orc as a character. So, Lord of the Rings, how they look in Warcraft. When you look as an alternative, if you look Elder Scrolls, they don't use so much orcs, but they use goblins. So therefore, basically the same, but actually more annoying hyenas, little bastards, rather than anything else. So goblins as an option, smaller sprite, but they've got a different mannerism, because I say, as an ESO thing, a goblin is basically a wordless pain in the ass, laughing like hyenas and sort of trying to stab you with daggers. So yeah, take the basis of an orc, yeah, but then just basically go orc plus and make your own slant on it, because you will need it to fit your story world of what that kind of orc is. Yeah. So, you know, you could make orcs with like white fluffy wool and, you know, nice little wings, if that's what your story world provides it as. You know, they could be sort of like, you know, fluffy dancing on rainbows with Hufflepuff. You know, it's like it's you know, you can do all the sorts of things. You know, or you could have your orcs there being really annoying and wanting to go to Candy Mountain because they're going to steal your kidneys. It's legit. It's like how you make it fit your story is its own thing. But yeah, Charlie. Or is it more of a Charlie? Charlie. Come to Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Okay, that's plenty.
Yeah, you know. There you go, voice acting. You know, I was like... Or if you've ever noticed when you're doing the washing up, if you get like a Pyrex bottom bowl and you push it into the water and the soap suds, you look like that you are like just an orc doing the washing up going, "Ugh, ugh." You know, look at... Anywhere you want to define your orc, you just put your own slant on it. But as I say, orc as a basis of your antagonist, not a bad idea. Quite safe. But it's like, make it your own orc. Then all will be good with the world. Right. So, now on that bombshell, yes, I'm going to do one. Right. Hope you've enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed the debate at the end of it of what we're going to do next. Of which, oil mill. Yeah, no worries. And then, you know, yeah, oil mill, do the things. Well, that's what we're doing next. But yeah, I will be back when I get home on Friday. Whatever time that might be. And whether there's a stream or not on Friday, who knows. There'll be definitely more of this on the Sunday, without a doubt. Most probably some Elite on Friday, because I've got a space station to build. So, lots of trucking. Yay! Right, anyways, gotta do one. See you all later. And yeah, have a good one. Bye now.